but he's not here.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so I just did the chat thing. It says soon. They're all like, where the hell are you?
Yeah.
Probably more technical difficulties.
Oh, who's pressed go live?
Uh-oh.
We're live.
Live. Kent is hiding.
Cheeky sod. Where is he? Oh, Matt's here. Here we go. Get everybody in. Evening.
Hello, hello.
So I don't know what he's doing.
He just he hit the live and ran, right?
Yeah. No, he says no. He's been fucking around with that computer again.
Yeah.
Anyway, how's Matt?
Yes. All right, not bad. Not bad.
Good.
Depends if you believe in fate. We had the issue on Monday with the cat.
Yes.
Well, somebody very local popped up on Facebook today. We need to rehome our cat. My father passed away.
Oh, wow.
So there might be another one incoming. Yes.
Hello.
There he is.
Evening.
He sounds like he's properly in move mode.
Welcome to the cupboard under the stairs.
I was going to say, you turned into Harry Potter
Oh,
or
so
something.
yeah. Hello, Harry. Hello, Harry.
Hello, Harry. Yeah.
You should have saved the one thing before you moved. The Montauk sign should be behind you at all times. So.
I know, but it's packed. It's in a box somewhere. It's in a box, in a crate, 16 miles away.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So where are you now?
Sorry?
Where are you now? Are you still at home?
East Yorkshire.
Right, okay.
So they came this morning about 8:30 with two great big bloody vans, and they packed most of our stuff up. So we've got no fridge, we've got no furniture apart from this one chair, and we've luckily got a couple of camping chairs. Still got the TV. Yeah, and they're coming back tomorrow to take the rest of it.
Oh, wow.
So we're here until Monday, and then we complete, all being well. They've paid the deposit of our buyers.
Okay, cool.
So if they walk away now, we get to keep the money, I think.
Yeah.
Apparently that's how it works.
Cool.
But I don't think that's going to happen because they're dead keen, really.
Good.
So we're getting there. We're still packing boxes. I mean, I went and did the Yorkie one last night.
Oh, yes, I saw the pics.
Much to Jane's disgust. And I came back and then packed boxes till 1:30. So,
when we moved, it was about this time last year. Yeah, we were still packing stuff up till the very last. Yeah. Who's playing? That's not me. Who's playing that? Is that Ken?
Probably Ken, yeah.
That's Ken.
yeah.
So we can hear him, but we can't. Well, we can hear his music. We can't.
Can't see. Was his camera not working?
Apparently not.
Oh.
Can't see.
I had this weird issue with StreamYard lately where when I'll stop a stream and join another stream, sometimes the camera won't come back. And I had to reboot the computer. Could just be a stupid thing with this HP laptop, but it's been consistent for a couple weeks now. It's very weird.
Yes, Wagyu. I am going to be living in a transparent box in Trafalgar Square. Actually, it's in Walthamstow, but same sort of thing. And I went and sang
Oh,
in a
you
band
got
on
it.
Tuesday night for the first time in 20 years.
Yeah.
The band I played with in the 90s decided to get back together. It's really dodgy timing. So, and they've been last 3 weeks, and we said, "Oh, come down." So I went, "No, I can't. I'm too busy. Anyway, I went for a couple of hours on Tuesday night. So it was good fun, actually.
Yeah.
Still remembered most of the songs. They're still
It's
playing
funny,
them. Yeah, they're still playing their own bloody keys, but there you go.
Wow. It's half the fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and a couple of guys from a band I used to play in the 80s, we got back together. We initially got back together, the whole band. We didn't play anything, but we said we were going to. And before we did, the fucking keyboard player goes and gets killed in a car accident.
Oh.
Bless him. And so we were like, shit, we should have done it. We didn't do it.
Yeah.
So we said, well, we spoke with his brother, and he said, well, we're having a bit of a, sort of memorial shindig. It would be great if the remainder of the band could play. And so we said, yeah, we'd love to do that. So we all congregated in my last house, and we just started playing again. And it would literally, I mean, we hadn't played together for like 30 years.
It's the same here, yeah.
And it was just like it was like we hadn't played since last week.
It's funny that I said 20 years. I'm wrong. It's 30 years because it was early 90s. So it's 30 years.
Sorry, Ian.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sake.
What are you doing?
I didn't do any.
No, rubbish. I don't believe that for a second.
It's that on the stool down there, Ken. You look a bit low down, mate.
Yeah, it's not as comfortable as it used to be.
Kent, you need to live in tech over there. Just someone to just
No,
constantly
honestly,
work on your stuff.
everything was working, and then I come back up. Fiona goes, "Oh, dinner's ready." I'm going, "Okay, come back up," and that new USB hub that I fitted has stopped working, and everything that was plugged into it was like, "Nope, sorry." What? So, but
Yeah. That works.
Luke's,
Yeah, Matt, you need to move in, man.
Luke's about to call, so I'll be back.
Hi there.
Back.
He'll be back.
You'll be Beethoven, I'll be back.
Yeah, like you say, Rob. Literally, I walked into this room and I'm seeing these guys. I've seen the drummer because he actually came round and said, "Oh, come and play." I said, "I can't," and it's like those 30 years have just it's just disappeared.
And you're cracking the same jokes.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
same little in jokes that you had as a band, like the stupid names for songs. Like, we were a big covers band. We did a few of our own, but we were mainly covers, and we just had stupid, smutty, childish names for all of the songs. Like, She's Not There was She Shaved Her Pear, or it was just silly things. And yet here we are in our 50s, and we're going, do you remember what key she shaved her pear was in? And we're like, oh yeah, it's this one. And there we go. It was just, it was weird. Yeah, good times.
Yeah, it was fun actually. I mean,
that gig that we were supposed to do, in the guys, in Mike's memory, never happened because of basically an internal family feud. We had nothing to do with it. His brother sort of got us all involved, but then some other side of the family said, "Oh no, we will do it." It never happened. So
was that me? Did I just wig out there?
I don't know.
Everything
Possibly.
went sort of.
It does that to me sometimes. It just goes.
Yeah.
I get little swirl. I get the little.
Yeah. Everybody
squiggle.
froze apart from me.
Yeah.
And it's
Weird.
Circle of death, and they came back.
Yeah. I've had that.
Yeah, it must be me. Wi-Fi will still work until Monday at least.
Oh right, cool.
Because I have cancelled it after that.
cuddle.
Oh, it's Eric.
Sissy bum.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, beautiful.
So I'm coming down to see you, Ken, to pick up the Lyra 8.
Yeah, that actually worked out quite well because about 2 hours ago I was up in the attic and I was looking for a VGA cable. Now Fiona's brother came around with a computer and says, "Oh, can you get this old game to work on it?" I said, "Yeah, okay. We'll just plug my monitor into it." Oh, it's a
It's
VGA
old-fashioned
connector.
tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said to it, "What's it running?" He said, "XP." Okay, so I was up in the attic, and I found a power supply, and on the side of it, it said Lyra 8
Ah,
on the label. I went, "Yeah, do you know what? Ian's going to need that
yeah.
because otherwise
Well,
it'll be a
that's
bit
good,
quiet."
Yeah. Well,
Won't be
I don't
that
think it'll be
good.
next week, but I'll ping you a message when it's convenient for you. Really, maybe probably a week after.
Oh, mate, I'm here all the time. Don't worry about it. It's
I know you are, but I mean, you know, you could be busy. You could have stuff on. You know.
Yeah, no, I haven't got anything on, and very likely will be wearing nothing when you come around anyway. So I won't worry about it.
That doesn't faze me.
No, that doesn't faze anybody. That's the trouble. So so I started doing all this USB-ing stuff with that new hub. Everything was
Yes.
connecting up and everything was working, and then suddenly, no, sorry. And everything was connected to it. Just went, nah, sorry.
So
not having that."
it's not power supply then.
No.
Is it a powered? Is it
Yeah,
powered by
it's got a
USB
power
or
supply on
powered?
it about this
got a
big.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah, it's
I've
huge.
got
It's
one
almost as
brain-
big as the
brain
hub.
one like that.
Yeah, and the lights are coming on the buttons and
Yeah.
everything like that. And kind of, why has it suddenly decided to have a slight psychotic episode? So I'll look at it. I'm not doing.
Did you try the age-old trick of turning it off for 10 seconds and switching it back on?
Yeah, I even restarted the Mac as well, and it went, "No, sorry, no, just
Weird.
not having that." So even the keyboard didn't work. You know, it's sort of like, oh, for God's sake. So I knew it was that thing because the trackpad was still working because that's Bluetoothed. So there you go.
I reckon your house is like the Bermuda Triangle of computing. That anything that resides within those four walls that has computing going on just goes a bit squiff.
Yes.
I tell you what I do have that never goes wrong. Two things. And I mean never go wrong. One, iPad Pro. Faultless. Two, the PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've had issues with my. Are you PS5? Is it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
PS5, yeah.
I've had issues with my PS4.
Yeah?
In fact, recently the whole thing, I actually completely reset it and I lost all the games.
Oh.
So I was 2/3 of the way through Last of Us 2 and I lost everything.
Ugh.
So I at the moment I couldn't face starting it again. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got cloud storage now for game saves, so if you do lose anything, you can just
Yeah.
it's a pain in the arse to reinstall it, but I've
I-
never ever had a problem with a PlayStation from number 1 through to number 4. Every single one of them that I've ever owned, never had a problem with. 18 months into owning a PS5 and the Blu-ray drive goes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So but they want
I mean,
250 quid or something to replace the Blu-ray drive.
Well, I tell you what's weird about that, because
Bloke up the road, 80 quid.
literally a couple of weeks later, I went and did exactly the same thing and put
Yeah.
Gran Turismo in back to front. And it was fine.
so I can see the chat.
So maybe you get one go.
Yeah.
But that's the problem with it vertical. You go, which way round did it go in? When they were
Yeah.
Yeah,
when they were
maybe.
flat, like the 4,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, picture upwards.
I have
Hey up.
my PS5 now is horizontal, so
Yeah.
Yeah, my PS4 occasionally goes through spitting discs out. You'll be halfway through playing again, and it'll just spit the disc out, and you've lost that to that last, save
last
point.
save, yeah.
Yeah, which is, but he did that, and that's when I put the disc back in. He kept throwing it out again. So you do a soft reset. Usually, push 2 buttons, leave it for whatever it is. Did all that, absolutely nothing. Just wouldn't have it at all. So I had to do a hard reset, and then lost everything. But I mean, we have been using it to watch Netflix and stuff like that. Not Netflix, Apple. Yeah. Apple TV and stuff like that on it.
Yeah.
Well,
I must admit, I was getting fucked off playing, drive hockey with the PlayStation 5, where you get a nice new game to put on, and you go, no, sorry, there's no room for you to put this game on. You'll have to move something. So I got that external drive, and then find out that you can't play the game from the external drive.
Nope.
The old 4s you can, the old 4 ones, but of course most of them are PlayStation 5 games, and so of course so I've got this drive you can't put anything on. So it's like, back here now, I give up.
Oh.
But there you go. So I don't know what's gone wrong with this USB.
That's what's gone wrong with it.
What make is it?
A Mercer. It's a silver one. I can't remember. I can't fucking remember.
Is it the one that looks like the one that me and
16 way has its own buttons.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Dark silver.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, dark silver, 16 way, power supply the size of a Buick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everything I was plugging in is going, yeah, hi, like that. And now
What's the one I've got here? Because this is brilliant. An RSH Tech one.
There's the one that Kent's got is the same as the one that I've got, and the same that the one that Wagoo's got. But they've all got different branding. So basically, it's a generic design, and they just slap the thing on. So it's the same thing.
No, this one's got switches, so you can switch it. Because I've got a blinking one, and it's bloody crap. In fact, it won't run some of the stuff that you plug it in. Like the camera, it won't run the camera.
Well, I got this one. This is a backup one, right? So this is the what is it? A Subrent.
Oh, Sabrent, yeah.
Sabrent, right?
Yeah.
So you got the Sabrent. So I've got this that I can try it with. But as you can see, the power supply is as big as the unit, But the one on the other one is even bigger than this bugger.
Yeah.
But power doesn't seem to be the problem. So, I don't know. But I did get my library folder to turn up.
Yay.
You go, hey, there it is. And then just dragged and dropped it, and GX80 went, hi, these are the presets. Go, you cunt. 3 days of drag. Where is this folder? Where is this fucking folder? and of course, so I'm losing my temper with the Mac to the point where I've gone, right, good night, and gone downstairs. Whereas if it had been Windows, I would have known to, settings, blah, 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 unhide. It's just knowing, isn't it? And where it is. Because you go up to go and press Command-Shift-H, and then the library appears in the list. But as soon as you let go of the H, the library disappears from the list.
Sounds odd.
Yeah. No, Google it. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. It's weird, isn't it?
Oh, here comes Nietzsche. Or not.
Or not, as the case may be. USB problems, perhaps? There he is. Oh,
There
we've
he is
done
in
we've done a
1998.
fade in. Yeah.
USB problems. Can you actually hear this?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a bit
Oh,
echoey.
yeah.
You're not
Sounds
using
Yeah. Unfortunately, something's happened, which means that the
Kent's visited.
Fuck off.
possibly because
He crept in your
I
room at night.
am getting no audio
I'll
out
do that anyway.
from the mixer via USB into
See,
the
it's USB.
computer.
Have you got a
Brooksy,
hub?
did you break your computer too?
Yeah, yes, Andy. Seemingly, I did.
I'm getting worried. I'm getting worried. It's a Spong virus. Is what it is.
Yeah, it's the Spong effect.
Yeah. There is a lifetime guarantee you're going to get this Lyra 8 from you, Kent, isn't there? There's a lifetime guarantee with it. That
I can guarantee you that all the time I don't turn it on, it's working.
Ian,
Shredded
listen,
Lyra.
mate.
Yeah.
You will never know, even if it's working 100%. You will never know whether it's working 100%.
Yeah, that's true enough.
This is true.
Yeah.
Because it just sounds like it's broken.
it does, I know.
That is the point. You've no idea what it's doing.
That's a
It's
very
absolutely
clever
crazy
design,
mental.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can return it and they can send it back. Going, no, it's working fine, mate. Wait a
Yeah,
minute."
I
It's
did
supposed
that.
to sound like that.
I did that, what, 7 or 8 times? Where the customer would send the Lyra saying, oh, it's not doing this and it's not doing that. And you go, well, yeah, it is, but it's not doing it the way you thought it was going to do it.
Hi, Mark.
This
Bonsoir.
Lyra is Dom's, Andy.
Is that a pink one?
Is it?
Orange.
Oh, no, it's
Orange.
it's
Orange.
orange or,
Yeah.
or there was a pepper green one. Have you bought
orange
Dom's Lyra? Have you, Ian? That cool. No, that's cool. That's really cool. And it's just mad. You just got to accept that it is mad,
I accept that, yeah.
and just
I had a nice chat with Sophia as well to make sure that she realised that the money was coming from me. You know, so you know, it's poignant, really.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Well, like
You'll
I
have
say,
to
I've got
figure that out.
cases in different colours if you want to change the colour.
Nah, because that's the one that hasn't got his name on the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'll keep the original.
It's only a sticker. I mean,
Yeah, that's fine though.
Have you got it, or is it in post?
No,
to
no,
you?
I'm gonna. Cause,
no, it's here.
on Monday.
Oh, it's with you, Kent, is it? All right. okay,
Yeah, on
cool.
Monday we moved to
Yeah.
London. So I'll pop over.
Oh dear. Well, like I say, I'm here. So
Yeah.
whenever the suits.
Cool, mate.
Yeah.
So not a problem. So what did? Oh, I had to go looking for a display board for a Matrix 12 today. And
Oh, yeah.
I was- yeah, for that one. And I'm wandering around. I'll tell you what else I was looking for. That CR78.
Oh yeah, did you find it?
No, there is no other CR78. So anyway, I'm looking around and go, so what is here? Let's have a real old route around and have a look and see what's going on.
Where were you rooting around, Kent?
Shed in the garden,
Yeah.
workshop and garage. And I
Garage.
found
To empty it.
a total of, are you sitting, 7 TR606s,
God.
3 TB303s,
What?
one of them in its original carry case,
Oh wow.
with shoulder strap,
Wow.
I'll have that, Kent.
a
Get it working.
TR909.
I'll have that as well.
There's a TR808, but honest to God, it looks like it was
It's
in
hit by a
several
truck.
wars. Oh, several wars, and has not survived. But then I started finding out it's like there's an 800 DV in the garage.
Oh, is there? I'll have that as well.
Yeah.
First dibs.
There's
all right.
a Jupiter 6. There's a memory.
You know, I've not got room in here to put all this stuff, by the way. I'm just.
and
That's
there's
never stopped you before, Andy.
something
No, it
that
hasn't, Ian. You're dead right.
something that looked like I couldn't really make it out, but it looked like a Roland, but it was very wedge shaped. Not very big.
No, Tysco 60F. I'll have
No,
that.
no,
I'll have
no.
that.
There's a Tyco 400 SX. No, 2 Tysco 400 SXs.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
which is the 4-voice poly.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird as weird.
Yeah,
that thing.
interesting sound. It almost a poly 6, and then it just at the last minute. But it's just, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out. Go, well, how can there be a memory moog in there? And nobody.
That you've forgotten about.
Yeah, but nobody come back to me. You know, you think somebody going, I think I used to own a memory moog at some point. So I don't get it.
I must have told you the story that when we took over the Pockets of Music, that a woman came in after 3 years and said, "I come back for my cello." The 800 quid cello. We went, "No, it's not." You know, oh, the previous guy took it. I said, "Well, yeah, he wasn't here when we took over." You know, so she left it there at least 3 years. We'd had a shop 3 years, and then
Yeah.
So it's not that uncommon that people do that. I mean,
no, but the thing is, it's become. It was very prolific for about 4 or 5 years. Nearly every other unit that came in wasn't leaving, and suddenly I found myself in this situation where if you farted, you'd knock something over. And it was just so much stuff,
Yeah.
and it just got ridiculous in the end. So.
See, I don't get that. If I took something somewhere to be repaired or whatever, I'm the exact opposite. I'll be on the phone every day. Is it done yet? Is it done yet? Is it done yet? Can I get it yet? Can I get it? Is it done yet?
Mate, I'm
sure there'll be people like that.
I've had a guy like that with a CS80, literally every other day. And how's it going now? Did you get that other problem that you found sorted out? No, I'm actually working on it as we speak. Oh, how's it going? Well, not very much because I'm on the phone talking to you, etc., etc. And so anyway, and he goes, oh, yeah, so let us know when it's done. I said, well, I'll let you know when it's done. Don't worry. You know, this is how we get our money and eat. So it gets done. I phoned him up. I said, right, it's all done. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. You fit the MIDI kit in? I said, yeah, I did everything that was on the sheet that you gave me with it. And I said, it sounds beautiful. She's done, ready to pick up. He says, oh, great. Can I come down at the weekend? Yep, come down at the weekend. 4 years later...
What's wrong with people?
Yeah, this is after hounding the fuck out of me for like the 3 months it took to do the job. Then it's done, and suddenly it's like, oh, that means I've got to hire a van, drive down there, collect it, load it into the van, and drive it back, set it all up in the studio, and take the van back to the hire place. Do you know what? I'll do it next week. No, I'll do it next week. No, I'll do it next week.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
At least I
the
just
boy.
drove down. At least I just drove down and fucked off again. You know.
Yeah, you didn't stay for a coffee or not. It's sort of fucking.
Yeah, get it, Medicant. Come on.
I hope you've got some decent strange teas.
Oh.
We have teas.
Yeah, have you got Focus?
Focus.
Or Defense?
It's got a fence. Yeah. So you get jumping over it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Defence is in the garden.
Defense.
And I do concentrate quite hard when I'm making tea. So yeah.
I'll bring my own tea bag. You're all right.
Oh right, one of them.
Oh god. Oh god.
My mate, she's got a special bag in the cupboard, just her tea bags.
I'll have Yorkshire tea if you've got Yorkshire tea.
They do sell it in the south.
You'll have to ask our tea expert downstairs.
No, I'll have whatever's going.
Yeah, Fiona will have Taylor's for
Well, there's a
you.
dog's
She
bowl in
will.
the kitchen, so help yourself.
Do they get Dom's Barp? In case I've got Dom's Barp. What do you mean, Barp?
Beringer Art
Beringer
26.
Art.
Oh, Beringer Art.
I did talk about that, and in the end, I decided not to. I think somebody else got it, didn't they?
I'm getting my
I'll probably
bonus
get
at
one
the end of
eventually,
this
but
month.
Sorry?
I'm getting my bonus at the end of this month. I don't know how much I'm getting yet, but I had another look at the list today, and I thought, oh, there's a couple of things that I looked at when I first saw
bonuses.
it, and I thought, So
See, I'm still hankering after a Terror, so that'll be by next purchase, but it won't be. I'll be in the house before that.
Is that the toilet seat with butt plugs all over it?
Well,
Only Mr. Brooks would come up with that analogy.
no, wait a minute.
No,
wait a minute.
no.
It's only because he's got one at home that he
Is
uses
he
in his
Is
car.
is he talking about the terror or a fantasy dream that he had?
Yeah, a bit of both.
Yeah, a bit of both.
or his own
Yeah.
bathroom.
Oh, look!
Ooh, I say, that's a cheese board, isn't it?
Yeah, charcuterie board.
Yeah.
I just had to chuck it out there because I know one of you twats would have done, so I just got in there first.
Fair dues.
It was
Fair
rather more detailed than any of us would have put out, though, mate.
Yeah.
Bollocks, Matt. Absolute bollocks. Don't kid yourself.
What was that other thing that used to get called a toilet seat? It was the Neutron, wasn't it? The
Oh, the sequencer.
Yeah,
the
Those
sequencer.
things. It's an amazing thing, yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it Klingon
Klingon
toilet?
spaceship.
Klingon
yeah,
toilet
yeah.
seat. Yeah.
Klingon toilet seat. Yeah, I've used one of them.
Yeah.
Mental.
I have Klingons on my toilet seat.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
Dettol works a treat.
Hovering. Even better.
Yeah, just hit him on the head with the bottle. Oh, we're out cold, are we? Oh, well done. She's suddenly taken to sleeping in here now.
So, Andy, tell me, how do you get to headline at Sonic Emo?
Fuck knows. Ian, I am not joking. Seriously.
First in,
Fuck
last
knows.
out.
A bit like that. Yeah, honestly, I think that the act they had to headline gave back word because it was literally only a week and a half before the event when we got the email to say, would you like to play?
It's your
I'm going, Grace, we've got to do this, you know. It wasn't to headline it. I mean, I'm not joking. The night before it happened, they put up the lists, and I'm going, fucking hell, Grace, we've got the last slot. We've got the last slot. What's going on? And we never asked.
Brilliant.
They just put us on there. I think there was a part of it because I did say in my email to Andy and Nick, we'll be driving down from Nottinghamshire. I mean, honestly, Grace drove from Sheffield to Southall, where I work, with a car full of gear, with a gar full of Kia.
Yeah.
No, that's not right. The other way around. And I said to her, look, we're going to transfer it into I didn't even have my car. I was still in the hire car, which was a Hyundai i10. So we'll transfer it into it's going to be more reliable because your car has got through its MOT, but let's just go behind it. We know it'll get there. So we transferred the gear into my car, and then we drove down at about 3:30, about 3:30 in the afternoon. We then drove to Bath.
Wow.
We got there at about 7:20. Things were just getting going, and we got the gear in and that, and so we were there for all the performances. Oh, it was mad, but it was brilliant. It was fantastic. You know, we did eventually. Obviously, we got to do our bit.
Yeah.
And then
it was
once
great.
everything. Thank you. Yeah,
No,
we had a blast. It was a really, really fun event and definitely worthwhile.
I signed up.
We've had lots of Sorry, Ian, what were you saying?
I was just saying, I've signed up to do one because hopefully by the next time they come around again, I'll actually be in Somerset. No.
It was like, I mean, the funny thing is, it's like an EMOM, but not like an EMOM. Because it's so slick. They've got 3 tables and they cycle them round, and you're on, and it worked brilliantly. But in that space that they've got the space to have artists at the back that nobody can see behind the curtain, setting up and being ready. So Grace and I didn't see the 2 acts that were before us because we were setting up.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't see. I'll just see Grace's in the chat now, but we didn't see those, and then we come round and we do our bit. and we're happy to do our bit, and then Martin Christie jumps on and goes, "Yeah, do some more."
Yeah, Marty's a good laugh.
Yeah, he keeps doing that to me though. Just as we've shot all our bullets, Martin comes and says, "Do another 5 minutes." Yeah, yeah. And I go, Martin. So we got to do a little bit more. I mean, it was fun. I suppose an encore. We got they were up, they were dancing. There was about half a dozen people dancing about, which I've not seen at a Sonic State EMON before. I just then.
Greetings.
Well, they were all already up for it. The artists
That's
before us, had, they'd already got them going.
I didn't watch everybody. To be fair, I only really watched you because
Selfish.
nothing against anybody else, but I've had so much on that So I managed to watch you last Saturday morning.
They're worth watching.
Sorry.
They are worth watching. I've been back and I've
watched
watched them.
But Gaz said something that somebody wasn't very good, which I thought was rather disingenuous. He didn't say who he was.
No, he didn't, and I'm not going to either.
No, but I don't think you should do that. That's not what the EMOMs are about.
No,
it might not be to your taste, but
he had a point that he was making, and actually I understood his point. There and then in the moment, I was a bit uncomfortable with it, but now I can go, yeah, I understand his point, but he's.
I mean, the only other one I watched was the guy with the mask on.
Oh God, yes. Oh, that was visceral.
It was not my bag at all. But
no, not mine either. But my God,
it just wasn't for me. It was a bit too.
Yeah, I mean, 200 BPM.
Yeah.
In your face, drill.
Yeah.
But it was in the room. It was a pretty visceral experience, and it was great to watch. I have to say, I doffed my cap to him. I thought it was great. I thought it was a great performance because it was a performance.
Oh yeah, it was. I like the idea of the mask. The mask was great.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. There was Ben from Elevator Sounds who was on before us. The guy, if anybody was at Synthfest, the guy who was demonstrating the Colossus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's Technomatic.
Oh right.
If anyone's seen Technomatic in the track, that was Technomatic, and it was like suddenly as soon as he said, because he saw my Analog Solution sticker on my case, he went, "Oh, you went to Synthfest." I said, "I live in Sheffield, mate." I live in Sheffield, of course I would. He went, "Oh yeah." I went, suddenly everything fell into place. I went, I've just placed you. I know, white lab coat.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was great. Honestly, it was a lovely event, and really, let's be honest, Sonic State run a slick ship. Really do.
Yeah,
they really do, and they were all just great. So we drove an awfully long way there and back again because once everything was packed. No. Once everything was packed away, we then had to drive back to Southall in Nottinghamshire for Grace to pick up her car and drive home, and then for me to drive home separately.
You see, next time
I clambered into bed at 5 a.m. on Saturday morning. I'm too old.
Next time you can stay with me.
Next time it's on. I mean, unfortunately, I'm not say unfortunately. I have a cousin who lives in Stroud, which is only half an hour up the road. Yeah. But she was in London that weekend, so she couldn't put us up. So, oh dear, yeah. Next time, Ian, we'll come we'll come to Street or Froome or wherever it is that you end up.
It'll definitely be Froome. If it's the house we're buying currently, watch this space. We have a third bedroom, which will be a guest room.
I'm happy to sleep on the floor.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't need to, but these two blokes
you wouldn't
just carried our bloody sofa bed down 2 flights of stairs and out into the van. So, and I said to him, is now a good time to tell you that he's going upstairs as well when we get to the proving? So I won't be going, I won't be taking it, it's all right. It'll be somebody else.
Yeah. So all in all, it was a
big one, Rob.
It was a fantastic experience, and I would recommend anybody if you get the call, go and do it, because we've had loads of great comments. We've got am I supposed to say? I don't know if I'm supposed. I don't know. Not sworn to secrecy.
No, you won't.
Ben from Elevator Sounds, because I took him to one side and said, look, Ben, we want to play at Bristronica. And he went, Andy, all the slots are taken already. I went, you're fucking joking. He went, we're sorted, mate. He said, however, there is the after party. You play at the after party. We went, of course we fucking will. So we're going to play at the after party at Bristronica, which is, I think, worth a bit stoked about. So,
do we know when it is yet?
Yeah.
The week before Synthfest, or the week after. Is it the week after Synthfest?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I've got a secret about Bristronica as well, but I can't say.
Well, shut up then. Sorry, Bobby.
I'm definitely going to that then. But I'm also going to Synthfest. Surprise, surprise. But no, my intention is to go to Bristronica.
Bristronica was great. I enjoyed it a lot, and I'm looking forward to it. And to be able to go down and actually be part of it, as opposed to just a punter, that's cool as well. So, I mean, Grace and I have got a couple of gigs coming up through the year, which are no longer EMOMs, which are outside of that, which I think we're quite chuffed about.
You should go and play
asking us to do.
Yeah, you should go and play the Whitby night. It's what are they called? It's at Flowergate Hall, which is a converted church, and it is a paid gig. Cause I was surprised actually, because I when I saw Chris, it's a guy called Chris that runs it. I'll send you the links to because he does it every 2 months.
Right.
Now Whitby is a bit of a trek because obviously it's you've got the sea and the moors really.
It is a trek to Whitby.
Yeah. We went.
It will probably take us as long to get to Whitby as it would to get to Bristol.
Yeah.
Or back. Yeah. It's a long slog.
We went and sorry, I'm just trying to find what it is now. What it's bloody called. We went and stayed in this little pub just down the road, and it was great. It was a really good night. And then I had a wander around Whitby on the following day on the Saturday. It's always a Friday night, and he usually puts 2, maybe 3 acts on. You play for about 40 minutes. Me and John Tuffin did it. He did it as Namsky. Namsky is what he goes out as. And they like some visuals as well. So luckily I put together a lot of
I'm getting a
visuals.
phone call from Grace. Forgive me for a second.
Okay,
telling you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm just going to try and look up what it's bloody called now.
You and your big gob, Andy.
You're fired.
Yeah.
When it's just Grace from now on.
You just see, he's just like, oh fuck, I've
Yeah.
said too much.
Yeah. You couldn't keep a shit in you.
Are you a dead man walking?
Dan.
I don't know. It all just died.
Yeah, you're in the shit now, mate.
There you go.
She was just calling to make sure you're at home. Now the hitman's on his way.
Come on,
Treat
you
you-
fucking thing.
Treat your gob like your wallet and keep it closed.
Can you hear me or not?
Can you hear me, mother?
Turned out nice again.
Fucking hell, it's technical issues left, right, and centre on this bloody show, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's some sort of communicative virus.
Fuck it, I'm
Not
off.
that one.
Oh man.
Oh, I know what it is. I just called to say you're fired.
Your phone's dead.
Yeah. Here's another pub's going to get deleted.
Yeah.
Sorry. I have a habit of doing that.
Oh, no, not you.
Okay.
Andy's bean spilling.
Oh, that, okay.
Mind you, I suppose between Andy and Ian, the rest of us haven't got a fucking clue what they're talking about anyway, so don't worry about it.
Well, I was talking about Wavelength Electronic Music Club in Whitby.
All right.
Free to get in every couple of months, or donations. Really good night.
Oh.
That killed the conversation, didn't it?
That's normally my trick.
I'm just giving it time to settle in, that's all.
Okay.
Ty was in my studio Monday and said, "Oh, I like your setup. I like the way you got it set up. This is much nicer." I've gone, "You talking to me?" Really?
How is the old fart? Is he all right?
Yeah, Philippa isn't.
No?
No. Nelly done a fucking job on her. She's got bruises on her legs and stuff.
Oh.
But she was going, "Oh, come on, hello," like that. And Nelly's going, hi, like that. Yeah. And just a little bit too high.
So now even testicles aren't a prerequisite. It's just fucking...
Yeah. Every hole's a goal now.
So there's grass on the wicket. Let's play cricket.
Oh, good God.
Oh, Andy's in proper trouble now. Look.
He is,
He's
yeah.
right in the shit.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Oh,
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Gracie's at the door. She's got a paddle. She's going to beat the shit out of him.
Grace has gone and told him to stand in the corner.
Now we got to change that sound bite. Oi, Andy!
Yeah.
He's outside writing 100 lines. I will keep my fucking mouth shut.
God forbid she's done
He's done that.
Excuse me.
No,
Yes, he's
we've
a very
all done
naughty
it.
boy.
We've all done it. Remember, I was talking about something on one of the PSNs that I wasn't supposed to be talking about, if I remember rightly.
Sorry, what?
Hey?
What?
Hey?
I just heard PSM.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, you're just not with us after you've had a big shit, are you?
I had to go and swap the cars around because I'm first out tomorrow, so I had to make sure my car was in front.
Your cars have to be in an order.
Well, we part nose to tail. We've only got. That's the only thing about this. My last house, we part side by side. It didn't matter. Now we have to part nose to tail. Normally, Jackie's because I don't generally go out during the week.
Yeah.
So
Know
I'm
the feeling.
always stuck at the back. Yeah, I'm always stuck at the back. But because I've got to go out at night. Well, my appointment's at 9.
All right.
So I've got to go for bloody filling.
Yeah.
Yes. But so you mentioned PSM. Did I miss something? Or?
Yeah, I think I was talking about something I wasn't supposed to be talking about.
Oh, right.
And you were trying to tell me, shut up, but only with facial expressions. So
Shut the fuck up.
well, yeah. I think. I seem to remember something along those lines.
Oh dear. It's funny. I got an email from Electronic Sound magazine, who kind of co-hosted Synth East a couple of weeks ago, and there was a write-up And in the email and in the write-up, they both mentioned the DX1. They said, oh, and there was a Yamaha DX1 there. Not once did they mention ProSynth Network brought a Yamaha DX1. Never mind.
Oops.
At least it was a bit of exposure, I suppose.
Yeah,
Oh,
next
it's-
time you see him, hey, you know that DX1, right? At Synthes? Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they gave us a free pitch. We couldn't, you know.
No, we had. I spoke with Fiona because it's always good to get a second opinion, isn't it? And I spoke with Fiona and I said to her about that thing you were talking about to me today.
Oh, yes. The three-way, yeah.
Yeah, and she goes, "Yeah, it should be all right. It's not going to work."
Excellent.
Yeah, so you going to come down here and pick her up, or
Yeah. I'll,
yeah,
yeah.
okay,
We'll sort something.
all right.
Cool. That's good. Lovely, lovely.
Well, if it's that big, Rob, let me know. I'll be there and I can give you and get it in the car.
I'll need it.
Got a
I'll
trolley.
need it. Yes, I've got a trolley.
I got a trolley.
Oh,
You
you've
know,
got a
trolley.
trolley, yeah.
Trolley wars.
Trolley. Yeah.
Form your own red arrows, couldn't you? Running up and down the fucking road.
Well, yeah. We'll have a CS80 race. We'll put one
Yeah.
each on and see who gets to the end of the road first.
The
And then switch it
Whitby
on.
trolley formation team.
Switch it on, and which one's more in tune?
Yeah,
Yeah.
neither of them.
That was the other thing I thought, because when I took this to Cambridge last year, it was very gently put into the car by hand, and it was very gently removed from the car by hand, and it worked perfectly. I thought, oh god, now I'm going to have to put it on a trolley. You need to go over a few bumps and things. I
Yeah.
thought, oh, something will work its way loose.
No.
Absolutely, powered on first time, made a sound first time.
I was looking on YouTube today, as you do, and I come across one of Mr. Marinelli's videos.
Oh yeah,
And it was titled, "Is it time to sell my hardware synths?"
oh yes.
And I'm looking at it going, "Shut the fuck up."
Oh, let me think. No.
The thing is,
There
there is something in that. There is
Yeah,
something
it was a
in
very
that,
interesting thing, because it was Mark Barton who's done a lot of stuff with Cherry Audio, and he's basically saying that digital is more analog than analog,
Uh-huh.
and that's not a flippant throwaway comment. That's, you know, he demonstrates this in his paper,
Yeah.
that digital is more analog than analog,
Yeah.
and when you hear the explanation, it's actually, oh yeah, I see what you mean. See what you did there.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I'm, I'm in a unique position where, I call up a preset in a VST, called Blade or something, or Deckard or whatever, and you play it and you go, and then turn and go, no. So I've got, but to somebody hearing it cold, without having something nearby, that'll sound cool.
By very definition, digital cannot be analog. It can't be, because it's not. And it may
The behaviour
be
of
able,
digital.
It's emulating, isn't it?
they may be able to emulate that,
Yeah.
and it may sound great.
No,
The
you
one
need
thing-
to watch the video. I can't explain it. Watch the video, and he
I
explains
will,
why
Robbie, because
it's.
I did a seminar this week to the sixth form music, A-level music tech people. I took the modular stuff, and I took a load of little boxes out and set them all up and had them running. And was, because they are all used. If we say, have you used a synthesizer? They go, yeah, we've used this in Logic, and we've used this in. Right. Have you ever used a hands-on synthesizer and had the effect of actually twisting a cut-off knob or twisting the envelope knobs and seeing how they.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was a real eye opener because one thing we talked about was the difference between analog and digital, and what you get out of them. And I'm not against digital. I've got loads of digital stuff in my rack, and the digital synths, it's fine. But yeah, to say digital is more analog than analog is a bit disingenuous. Although I will watch that video.
Watch the video.
Can you do me a favour, Robbie? Can you ping me a link in Messenger or something like that?
Yeah,
Then
no problem. It's really interesting, and what basically what he's saying is that the resolution now of digital is so good that this old kind of perception that it's a little steppy and a little this and a little that, it's just not the case anymore. It is so good now that when you compare it, and as Wagyu points out in the chat, once something comes out the back of a synthesizer, whether it's a digital synthesizer or an analog synthesizer, that's an analog sound.
Yeah, it's true.
So, let me just find that and I'll drop.
Yeah, that's a good point, Wagyu.
But a lot of people do jump on that sort of like that bandwagon of well, the thing about analog, you got you can reach out and turn a knob and stuff like that. And you go, yeah, but you're comparing hardware with software. You can't do it with analog digital because look at the Andromeda A6, knob function, very, very digital keyboard. Do you know what I mean? So it's, I mean, okay. There was a point where, because if you look at the development of analog through the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It was always striving to get somewhere, and it never ever got to wherever it was going to go. Because the digital realm came along and go, well, hang on a minute, look, you can get sounds, but cheaper, smaller. And digital took off big time. I mean, there's a lot of keyboards, digital keyboards in the 80s and 90s that I wouldn't even piss on if they were on fire. It's just like, does nothing for me. There's something in the sound that was just not there. But now you can have digital keyboards that sound more like that kind of developing analog sound that you used to be able to get. So I mean you look at OBE. I mean you can play OBE. If you play that blindly to somebody, they go, is that analog or is that digital?
Yeah, it's a good example.
You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. Tell me the difference.
Well, case in point, that M8X sitting right next to you.
Well, exactly. Yeah, and so if that synth was analog, it'd be the size of a fucking tennis court, and it'll cost. Well, none of us could afford it if we even band it all together.
But it couldn't be analog, could it? Because it's got samples in it.
True, but if there's this thing about, if you actually had enough VCOs and you were able to program each VCO very, very accurately, it would be the same. You'd get that grand piano sound from an analog synth eventually, but why would you do it?
Hi, Keith.
Hi, buddy.
Okay. Hello.
Question: are you coming down for bits, or am I posting bits?
You've just answered my. Can I come and see you tomorrow?
Yes. Yes, you can.
I have a day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so sort of mid to late morning.
Yeah.
And cash.
If you want.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you say cash, Fiona will step in front of me and go like that. So that's her domain.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen physical money in years. It's always sort of like, oh, what happened? Where'd it go?
Well, it's the same here in a way. I mean, our business stopped taking cash. The business I work for stopped taking cash about 5-6 years ago, and that's the motor trade.
Yeah,
and that's the way the motor trade has gone. There's no trust anymore.
No, well, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I've had clients here that said, "Is it all right if I pay you in cash?" And I go, "Sure." And they count out the money, and as they go to hand it to me, she goes, "That'll do the shopping, thank you." And off she goes.
I still like to use cash because if you don't use it, we'll lose it.
I've seen it happen at Kent's.
Yeah.
It's funny when one of the techs at work has been working on my van. It's like, yep, that'll fill up that'll fill up this fuel tank of the Subaru for this week. You think, fuck,
Yeah.
what does he spend on fuel? You know, but you know,
Yeah, well, mind you, Fiona went to Tesco's today, and she come back and she goes, "I was going to get you a treat while I was out." I mean, "Oh, thanks. What?" She goes, "Mr. Kipling's French Fancies, you know, six little sponge cakes, basically, you know." And she goes, and then I saw that it was £3.50.
What?
well, at least that wasn't each. What was it?
And I remember when they were like 54p a box,
Yeah.
and it was still colour, so it wasn't that long ago. So, yeah, £3.50 for a fucking box of little French Fancies. That's it.
I've not looked at those for ages.
Time for an uprising.
I'll tell you what I did see today, Kent. I
Go
drove past the garage just outside Newton Abbot, about 10 mile away.
Yeah.
Little roadside garage. Not early. Mustang about the same era as yours.
Yeah.
How much? Not as good condition, but same era as yours.
I have no idea. Go on.
10.
10?
Was
For a
that a
Mac
V8? V8 straight six?
Looked like a V8.
Okay.
I was travelling, but I
Yeah.
sort of, yeah. And the missus went, ooh.
No, I think they meant that was how much it costs per mile.
How much to fill it up, yeah.
Yeah. No, I
Anyway,
even I even
Okay.
asked Southport Mustangs at what mine was worth, and he said, yeah, about 35, 36.
And you paid, what, 19 for it?
But a lot of that's down to Yulees. It wouldn't be that price anywhere else in the country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, which is weird because it's Yulees exempt. Still trying to figure out what the idea behind that is. Apparently,
It means you can drive into London and pollute
well,
the
the thing
place.
is, well,
Hooray!
like Tiny said, he says it's incredible. He said, you don't have to go to a vintage car museum anymore. You just go into central London. Nearly every other car on the road is either electric or vintage. There's hardly any sort of like run-of-the-mill motors out there. It's bizarre.
Can I just ask a question?
What's your name, Eddie?
Yes.
Well, that would be two then, wouldn't it?
Question.
I have a question. I've just received a notification. It's up down the bottom right-hand corner, telling me that somebody has paid the princely sum of £1 for lost sheep. You know, our latest Hardware Jams complex. Should I mean, I'm thinking, you stingy git, or do I go? Thank you for giving me £1. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Because you could have downloaded it for free.
Yeah,
and I don't know nothing.
Yeah, it's a
They could've-
6 to 1
they
half. Yeah.
Taking it for nothing.
It's slightly torn. I go reply, thank you for buying. You go, yes.
Well, probably if he didn't pay for it, he wouldn't get it on the Bandcamp app.
Exactly.
You'd be able to download it, but he wouldn't be able to stream it. So that's why he's paid.
So yeah, Grace just said someone else paid 50p.
50p.
I mean, Grace and I talked about this one. I went, no, I mean, it should be pay what you want. It's got to be pay what you want. It's, you know, I feel quite passionate about that. It should be. You want to pay us, pay us. If you don't, download it and enjoy it. It's fine. And then I've seen it and I'm going, quid.
Yeah, well, as Inky said, they might be really skint.
Of course they might.
Well, if they are, they shouldn't be buying music.
In here, I'm glad that they've done that. But it's like, it's a funny contradiction in here as to my reaction. I'm going, yeah.
Mind you, I suppose
it's only what you get from a major record label after selling 1 million copies. So.
Yeah, you're dead right. I'm selling 1 million copies, you still get a quid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
in
cheers,
pennies.
bud. You bought 1 million copies of Lost Sheep.
Mind you, when you think about it, actually, anybody buying any music now, it's kind of a thing. It's quite a good thing. I mean,
yeah, it is.
When you think how much stuff is out there.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a ton of stuff out there. So, I mean, it would actually be more impressive, again, on top of, if it was somebody who you did not know whatsoever. And it was all based on the merit of the music.
Yeah. I think so far we are about just under 90 quid. Which, Ken, you chucked us a big chunk, and we're very grateful for that.
I always do.
That's lovely. Yeah, of course you do.
A big chunk for the sample clearance and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, we showed you dead right. and that's still more than Gary Newman got. 1 million plays on Spotify.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't grumble, should I? I should go away, enjoy it, distribute it, let other people listen. It's absolutely fine.
What was Kent saying in the samples? Because I couldn't work it out.
No idea. I mean, the Wagyu got one thing very wrong. There was a very long sample, which was actually me reciting the Lord's Prayer in Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, I worked that out.
Which we mangled up in Ableton. Well, if you can, you should. That's my view.
Okay. Point taken.
Yeah, you can go and fiddle with fucking sheep on a farm, but you don't.
Yeah,
because you can. You don't mean you should.
So, what do you mean don't? Oh, sorry.
And sheep all over the country going, oh.
Oh. Yeah.
If you see a sheep on its back.
What Kent was saying. Exactly what Kent was saying in the samples that Grace was chucking in, I couldn't begin to tell you. But that one that seemed to cause the confusion was not Kent at all, it was me.
Yeah. No, Fiona said to James, she goes, it's because that one isn't you. I mean, no, it doesn't sound like me at all.
Oh, actually, someone's just chucked us £7. Thanks.
There you go. It felt guilty.
Is that what it was?
Anyway,
we appreciate it nonetheless.
When's Robbie going to put something up we can buy, and then we can all put odd amounts of money?
Yeah.
What would you reckon, Robbie?
Get it done, Robbie.
I can see two words coming up in the chat, and that's going to be "fuck off."
Is the half p still legal tender?
No.
I've got one thing up on Bandcamp.
Oh, okay.
There it is. The link's in the chat. If you want to give me a quid for that, feel free.
I was thinking 35p.
My lifetime earnings off that is about 20 quid.
Grace
What more?
I don't even know what
Grace
mine
has
is.
just put up in the chat what the samples are.
What the samples are?
But I guess the internet's not ready for audio yet, and something's feeding back into something.
Oh.
And something sweet. Yeah. They were taken from the chat that you had about getting the audio settings right for something, and I can't remember what it was now. But Grace had chucked them all into the analog rhythm and was just chucking them in, And the Father Ura, that was me. Citing
right,
the Lord's,
Wagyu's just pointed out that
we've done the Book of Common Prayer, so I thought we'll have the Lord's Prayer now. but in Anglo-Saxon because I can. So I did. So sod off.
Go to an EMOM and you get fucking Time Team. I don't know.
Somebody said, he goes, "Oh, is it one of your analogies?" I went, "Doubt it. It's quite short."
How do I change? Wagyu's just pointed out that I've set it as a minimum purchase price of £1. So I'm now going to, based off of all of this, I'm now going to change it to pay what you like.
Pay what you like, yeah.
He's going to get 500 downloads and no fucker's going to pay him anyway.
Thing is, I've got to figure out.
You get a nice spike on your chart.
Try edit, Rob.
Yeah, I'm in the page. I'm just trying to find sales. No, that's no. I don't want reports or shit. Oh, fucking hell! It's been so long.
Can you change it after
Stop
the
boasting.
Analog Saxons.
Always boasting, isn't he?
Analog Saxons, yeah.
Is it in
Thanks,
settings?
Grace. Yeah, Analog Saxons, that was it.
Page design? No.
None of it was analog, apart from the microphone.
Tools.
I think the only track I've got on Bandcamp, I put up for 50p, and I've had to give money back to people. But there you go.
Let's give money back. Didn't like that. Could have my money back.
Yeah, not earned me a penny, but there we go.
Oh, bless you, David.
What do I have up there?
Why did he sneeze?
Oh, how the hell? Oh, here you go. No, is this? No.
Yeah, if you go into edit and you go into...
There you go. I found it.
You found it, pricing.
There we go. Right.
David's
David's going to be really upset now because he's just paid for it, and I'm just going to drop it down to let fans pay more if they want. Yeah, I've done that. So do I just put in 0?
Yeah, 0
in the track pricing.
Yeah. G'day, you bastard.
Require email address. Do I want people? No, I don't want people's email addresses.
No, I don't. I never bother with that either.
G'day, you big bloody beautiful bastard. There's your face.
Let fans pay if they.
How are we all? We all good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. I just came on to say what a stupid idiot I am, really, and that's all I have.
That's okay.
Oh,
That's
okay.
That's fine.
Oh, well then.
That's
You're
what,
welcome.
that's what we all do every week.
Do tell us why, though. Stupid white bastards. Tell us why.
Look, I've bitten off way more than I can chew.
Well, don't put so much in your mouth.
Yeah, more than the mouthful's wasteful. Yeah, that's what I keep saying.
It's not your transcriptions, is it, Steve?
Yeah, my transcriptions are terrible. That's all I have to say. No.
Sorry,
No,
can I just go for a tangent? Can you just have a look what Grace has said? And this is all to do with Manny's comment about Saxon being a great band name. There's already a band from Barnsley called Saxon.
Saxon. In fact, there's two bands from Barnsley called Saxon.
Oh God, that's great. They'll never be able to figure that one out. And, Grace just says, might get into trouble if I had a band called Analog Saxon.
But how many Andrew Brooks are there out there? I think there are probably 5 or 6.
Oh, far too many. One's exactly. One's enough.
How about Edna Bucket?
Ursula Grundle-Suggett. Yeah, is another good one.
Ursula Grundle-Suggett.
You could have some fun. I mean, yeah, band name alerts are just a good thing. They're always funny. Yeah, no, basically I've been doing some transcriptions of some Bach stuff, trying to get the Waltz-Epic Clavier into monophonic lines, which sounds like a reasonable exercise. There's 220 pages of Bach manuscript in the Waltz-Epic Clavier for 2 hands. And then when you take it out to monophonic parts, it goes to about 750 plus pages. So I'm tracking my way through that, and I thought, oh, there's some help. I'll go on Fiverr and find the odd music student who wants some change and pocket money and wants
Is there a reason for this, Steve?
Everything I do has no reason. You should know this.
There is a reason. There is a reason.
I mean, yeah,
Because
you don't need a reason. You just no. Look, it started out that I thought, well, if you had to do, oh, sorry, you actually started from a mistake. I went looking for, that's the one, Prelude number 1 in C,
That's not
out
well
of the
tempered
first book.
clavier, is it?
Yes,
It
it
is
is.
the well tempered
Right.
clavier. Yeah.
Oh,
first
is it
book.
part of it? Is
It's
it
the
part
very
of it?
first-
That's number one. That's the very
Yeah.
first part.
Very
Oh,
first part.
sorry. Forgive me.
I shouldn't recognise that because I'm not very good at classical music, but that's what it is.
I thought Synclavier came much later.
Yes. So I went online. I thought, I wonder if anyone's done the Well Tempered Clavier, and I saw an album called the Well Tempered Synthesizer, and I thought they would have done it.
What
And you
about
go to the
Wendy
Well-
Carlos?
Yeah, and you go to the Well Tempered Synthesizer, and it has none of the Well Tempered Clavier in it. It's a misnomer. So I thought, oh well, why not? Why haven't they done it? So I thought, I'll find out. So anyway, I've lined up all the mini Moogs and the sequencer, and I put them all through UA 6176 preamp, valve preamps, which sound really nice with those, and go to record it all. And it turns out all of the stuff that Carlos did was all chordally based or arpeggio based, and she was to a large extent replicating existing instruments. So the orchestrations are already done. And so that was an emulation type of exercise, and it was easy to do because it was chordal. Well tempered clavier in most parts is contrapuntal, so you've got counterpoint
Yes, it is,
voices
yeah.
tracking across each other all the time, and you do that with 5-part fugues on Mini Moog, and it approximates white noise. It's almost getting so dense on the harmonic spectrum that you get this massive wall of sound that's almost like spaghetti. So the trick now is to sort of untangle that gently. Some of the 2-part works sound great with 2 Mini Moogs, fantastic, but with the more complicated works, there needs to be a certain deft touch to make it sound audibly interesting and not too baffling. So that's so Mr. Stupid here has gone down that rabbit hole. But I've gone on Fiverr to find a person to help me with transcription, thinking that'll expedite things. And I think the first one I had done was a B-flat Prelude and Fugue in Book 2 for the princely sum of $300 Australian. Basically, it works out to be. And I've got there are 48 preludes and fugues in both books. Sorry,
you're being paid to do it.
No, I'm paying to do it. Why wouldn't you go out and say you go to the shop and you say I'll have 4 Mini Moogs, 4 UA 6176 preamp compressor units,
Surely
an
this is where
an
a
SSL
computer
Fusion
and plugins.
mastering bus, a Spec X mixer, and a little digital recorder with great resolution, so it's almost analog. And go down that path of actually trying it and seeing why Wendy didn't do any of those. So it's about, at the moment, it's about an $80,000 Australian dollar exercise to answer a stupid question. So yeah, that's a rabbit hole I didn't count on going down, but it's interesting to go down it because nobody's done it.
M2. Surely that's what these things are for. You could run as many plugins of the mini monsters,
and they'd be in tune,
like,
and they would be easy. But I just wanted to work out why it was going to be an experiment in terror in 1967 or when the original was conceived and done.
Yeah.
And Wendy Carlos had a helper, so that was just sort of a good thing to have. And I've had a bit of encouragement and support from people who are common to this channel, which has been great. Andrew Longhurst has been chatting to me about it as I've gone down that path. And I've been producing scores, 6-part scores and 5-part scores of all of that. And then you run the first few voices on the Mini Moogs, and then you've got a Mini Moog, later model, and then you've got a SE1, which is sort of like a good substitute down the low register because you're only using an oscillator at the time virtually. So it's
in keeping. It would get really muddy.
What's the problem? So your question is, how do you then? And then you find you've got problems with tuning, because obviously we love the sound of 2 Mini Moog oscillators being slightly out of tune because that's the big fat sound. But you do that times 5, and you've got an experiment in terror.
Yeah.
So then you need to micro tune them, which means you need multiple turn 5K pots on the Mini Moog frequency controllers for oscillator 2 and 3. So then you've got to wired those out to plugs on the back panel to put in the substitute pot that you can actually use for fine tuning. And then you've got to break in at the oscillator stage to look at the frequency of each with a Korg microtuner 3 per mini Moog. So it becomes a
Are you
very...
enjoying yourself, Steve, doing this?
I'm a dickhead. I think I've
Are
just
you
confirmed
having?
that.
I don't care whether you're a dickhead or not. Are you having fun?
Look, it is
Are
fun,
you
and
actually-
and I was listening. I was listening to I'm watching that. You know, I'm in the middle of this, and I'm going through the turgid exercise of trying to rescore Bach, and that's complicated shit. Even if you're good at it, it takes time, and it's very finicky and very detailed. So, and then I see the Marinelli YouTube video saying
Yeah.
to do analog or digital. I'm thinking, I think I'm heavily invested in analog, thanks. And I think,
Yeah, you get shut up.
And I think the other thing too that disappoints you is that the price of mini Moogs here the replicas came down from 9,000 AUD to 8,000 AUD this week. So that's a step in the right
I'll have
direction.
2 more.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I'd go and buy that, or I could go and buy a Moog System 10 for 20,000 Australian dollars.
No, lunacy.
Yes, that's a bit
Absolute
high.
lunacy.
I'm just saying, I know, but I'm just saying that once you're in that rabbit hole and you're trying to do it authentically, it's more to understand how difficult it was to do on a Moog System 3 back in the day, and why. Then, if you want a totally analog signal path, it's going to take a while to do.
On that Bach note, I'm going to wave goodbye. Thank you, Steve. That was a great story. I'm going to disappear and clamber into bed. So take
Right,
care,
Dan.
everyone. Nice
Thanks,
to see you
Andrew.
all.
Night now. Cheers.
See you later, Fruitbat.
Good night, Andrew. Robbie. I presume you've recovered after Synthfest, have you? Say Syntheast,
Yes.
rather. I am sick as a
I've
dog.
Got rid of the lurgy.
No, I'm still...
It hung around for a while.
No, this is day 9. It started on last Tuesday, and I 2 days off sick this week. And I'm still not... You know, I went back yesterday and today, but I'm still not really fit for it. I know.
No, what's today?
Thursday.
I think yesterday was the last day where I thought, I've still got a bit, I won't go into gross details, but, a little bit hanging around. And today it's probably the first day I've actually felt so it lasted just about a week or so. But, yeah. Maybe you got a bigger viral load than I did.
I must have done. Must have done from somewhere, but goodness knows. Because no one else has complained, have they? All the YouTubers that went haven't gone sick, have they?
I don't think so. Or maybe they're just not whiny bitches like us.
No, maybe not.
You've been pinged.
My mate Tim in LA picked up a Synclavier, and he's just sent me a
No,
picture
he's
of
back.
it. And he's just posted a picture of it now, set up in his little studio at home next to his Series 2 and Series 3 Fairlight.
More sampling than there is in heaven.
More FM as well. Yes.
More sampling than the cheese counter.
Yeah, let me grab it. More sampling.
So what you reckon then, Matt, on the tax on vape?
Is it changed? I don't know.
It's coming in.
Oh, well.
Yeah, but it's not for a few years, is it?
This is a conservative bill.
I don't know. I didn't
Well,
even
they
know.
won't be in power in 6 months' time, so...
True enough. Well, Stranger Things.
Well, true. Very true. Here you go.
Oh, I say.
Oh, a T8 keypad.
Look what's underneath the Fairlight.
Yep.
Bloody
He's a
hell.
bastard. He picks these things up left, right, and centre.
On a double manual Fairlight.
He likes
yeah,
heavy
whatever.
No,
keyboards.
that's a Series 2
Oh, okay,
Series
Series 2
3.
and,
and a Series
3.
3 underneath. Yeah, Series 2, Series 3.
Keys seem to
He's
have
got one
lasted
of
better
each.
on the turns.
I think Steve's just lost his title of bastard.
I don't think I'll ever lose that, Matt. No, it's good to see those old machines being loved and collected and curated. It's a good thing, I think. You can probably buy better samplers now, and you can probably buy better things, but also the resolution was different, the sound was different, the components were different, the design was novel and new. It wasn't prescribed by any precedent, so those things were great for their time.
Hey, Robbie, I was always curious. Can you use the Fairlight without the screen if you just want to play presets?
No.
No, that screen's got to be there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's completely reliant. You can,
So the
you
keypad
can,
is necessary, but it doesn't do standalone. You still have to use the monitor. And
It's
the
like
mouse
using an
iPad or
iPad
something.
while it's still in the box.
Yeah.
Basically.
I guess in theory, if you kind of memorize the sequence, actually no, because when you fire up the no, you couldn't. It would just.
So in that case, he only had one screen, so he's using only one of the Fairlights then.
The other screen's probably just out
To
of
one
shot.
side.
To the side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of like using the Korg Nautilus without a touch screen.
The keypad on the right is fine, but you've got to be on the right page,
Right.
for to select the sounds, and to get to the right page, you've got to navigate either with the keyboard or with the light panel or the.
So the reissue had an actual screen there, like an iPhone kind of thingy, right? So
It
you
was
could see
basically it was
more.
an Android device, yeah.
But the original, you don't have a screen by the keypad. It's just a keypad, right?
No, you have there's a red LED, like
There is. Okay.
like the old calculator style LEDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Does
a
it give you much info
segment.
or not really?
Yeah, well, it gives you patch name.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not a lot. It's not a lot at all.
Yeah.
Have you seen Wagoo's question?
No.
What fin-
Why don't you borrow this in Clavier?
No, the next one down.
Oh, the next one down. What video connection does the Fairlight screen use? It's a bog standard composite video.
So you could use a switch box?
On the Series 2, I've got a cable that's just been soldered onto the graphics card with an RCA, a composite video RCA jack, and you can plug that into any TV or monitor that has a composite, and you could also wire it up to go to a SCART if you wanted to. With the Series 3s, same thing. You could do that, but we actually have a VGA output, but you have to have the latest or one of the final revisions of the software for that to work. But yeah, and it's a slightly non-standard VGA. So if you plug it into a regular monitor, it cuts off about maybe half a centimeter or so from the top and the bottom.
So they never use SCART?
No. So to get it to work on an LCD, there's a range of NEC multi-sync monitors that work because they will deal with all the standard VGA stuff and non-standard as well. Or you can be a clever arsehole like Andre, who's got some fancy video converter box that you stick in between. But yeah. It's because the VGA card, I think, appeared sort of early 90s, and it's just kind of been reverse engineered for the Series 3s. I've actually got Peter coming over in a couple of weeks.
Hey.
He landed in the UK a few days ago, and he's going to come over here and finish up that Series 3. Not that it needs much doing to it. Unfortunately, that thing's not going to get a look in, so that's going in the garage. There's no point having it here, not doing anything, gathering
Well, not
dust.
empty.
Nah.
Not going to
So-
help much, is it?
We've got a buyer for the Series 3. We're just waiting for them to make the final payment, and then I'll be taking that down to box. And then they don't want the flight cases, so I'm going to put this one in the flight case, and yeah, it can just sit there.
That's handy pandy.
Aye. And they don't want the crates of floppy disks either.
Yeah.
So I still need to get an 8-inch floppy drive working so I can extract whatever's on there. I know I've got some Tears for Fears stuff. Get hold of it.
I had one VCO just drift away yesterday. It's come back. I suppose if it can drift high, it can drift low and back to where it started, I suppose.
I just read the second part of Wagyu's question. Maybe there's a switch box. Ah, well.
Here's one I made earlier.
This doesn't actually do the video. As I said, you can just rig up a composite jack. But the guy that designed the Luma 1 drum machine, Joe, used to do, probably still does if you ask him, Fairlight things. And that, you'll probably, if you recognise the keypad on a Fairlight, that's an exact replication.
Oh, he's done a remote keypad.
And the reason is, and that by the way is the exact same kind of display that's on the Fairlight keyboard. And the reason is that this box will allow you to connect
Right, okay.
USB and regular MIDI, and all you do is you put that in between the CMI. So you plug the CMI into that, and then if you plug a your MIDI port in there, because obviously not all CMIs have MIDI, the early ones don't. You can use a regular MIDI keyboard, and then the USB socket. If you have a keyboard like an Apple, one of these Apple keyboards that also has USB sockets on it, so it acts like a mini hub. Then you plug the keyboard in, and then a mouse into the keyboard, and you can control your Fairlight with a mouse, and just using a remote keyboard, just using that little box. And this, you see the quality of the build of this, all aluminium casing.
Yeah,
it's
nice.
So the Luma 1, it kind of comes from the same school of engineering. It's very good. And inside there basically is just a little teensy board that's running some bespoke firmware that Joe's written.
Yeah.
And so that's how I've been using my, when it had voice cards, that's how I was using my Series 2, because I don't have a monitor and I don't have a alphanumeric.
Yeah.
Aye. So yeah, we've got two. We're going to get the other Series 3. I've got three Series 3s in the garage. One is the fully featured thing that's been sold.
Yeah.
The other one is a Rev 6, so it's like a really early Series 3, so sort of 85. And it used to belong to Nigel Bates, who used to work with God knows so many people. So Peter's coming down to bring that up to Rev 9, and then we can hopefully sell that. Get it out of my fucking garage.
Oh shit!
What?
So, a friend of mine has just had to have his dog put down. It was the oldest Chihuahua in the country.
Tell me about that the other. Well, you told me about the oldest Chihuahua.
Yeah, she went tonight.
Oh.
Fucking hell. Sorry.
That's all right.
So we had a moment for the pup, which is important. Kent, did that white pedal come back to life, or is it dead in the water for good?
What it does now is if you plug it in, leave it for a second, and then it just starts to feedback.
So it's actually changing its role. That's good.
Yeah, but anything you try to pass through, it doesn't come out the other side. But it does end up feeding back on itself, and then you get this sort of like feedback come out of the outputs.
Choice. I just mail it back. I'll sort it out. I'll send you a working one.
No, don't worry about it. I was going to open her up anyway and have a look and see if there was something maybe on the output board that might be a bit awry. It wouldn't be the first time where like a voltage regulator's got too warm and it's made all the other components fall off the board.
Well, you never know with that SMS, that service mount stuff. You just don't know what you're going to get, I suppose. It's always hard to work on. Having destroyed several things myself in that vein.
Yeah.
But, I'll send you an EMT plate echo instead. That'll fit in the back hallway. That'll be fine.
Oh, mate.
They're nice things.
I've got to try and get the CNC out of the shed in a couple of weeks' time. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do it. Because even though it's stripped down into its various components, it's still... Just the frame is really, really heavy.
Oh, yeah.
But...
Yeah, no, they're... Having worked in some studios that had the big plates, they're just massive and on a big frame and difficult to move and fragile and all the above. But working, they're good things. But
yeah.
Well, I see now actually that there are, I think Universal Audio have little guitar pedals that are monophonic that have just the plate reverb in them. So they've got the digital emulation of the plate reverb as a pedal, and it just has one or two sort of sounds that you would get off a plate, but and they're expensive. But I saw that this week. That was quite interesting.
Yeah.
Because I was in this situation where I thought, well, if I do need to add reverb to the Moogs, and how am I going to do it? And do I do it non-digitally, which of course is going to be a huge exercise, or do I do it digitally? And you say, well, if I do it digitally, what am I going to use? And you say, well, you can use the Lexicon, or you can use, I've got some 80s things I just brought out of storage yesterday. So I've got the old SRV 2000 Roland rack mount reverb and a couple of Lexicons and a Yamaha Rev 7 I've got there and an SPX 90. So they'll all provide a reasonable plate emulation without too much hassle.
Probably the Rev 7.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give it a shot first and see if it's working. And
yeah, I like the sound of Rev 7. I must do it.
And but we'll give it a burst. Yeah.
Robbie, you find that GX a little loud? Because when I fired it up here, it was like really.
That's not a GX.
Which one's this?
I can't say.
Oh. Okay. It's one of them.
But the fact that you, the fact that you said
what it is that you said.
I don't know why we're skirting around this.
I don't know.
Copyright.
If I put my head in the bath and fill the bath up, it sounds like my FS1R.
Just put the FS1R in the bath. And cut out
That's
the
what I said.
middleman.
Yeah, it saves time, doesn't it? It saves time and prevents the need for any talent, which I think is the other aspect that I enjoy.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
how do you do that then? That's interesting. Okay.
Well, you push the little pieces of plastic and the sound comes out. I thought you knew that by now.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Thought that's how that worked.
I saw it in a YouTube video somewhere.
Yeah, really.
There's a good screensaver.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. It looks like the second prelude.
It is
Yep.
second number 2. Very well done. That's good. That's why it says Preludio 2 at the top of the page.
I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking at the.
I thought it was Paganini, but it's page 9. That's my problem.
Sure, it wasn't page R.
Yeah, well, you know. But it's all fun and games. Yeah. No, what was funny about going back to that stuff was it was all stuff I'd played back in about 1978 and 79 for the classical piano exams, and you get the odd prelude amongst that repertoire and
Yeah.
playing that. And I used to have, and you still have muscle memory for it and some recollection of large blocks of it 40 something years later, and it makes you realize 43 years later makes you realize that once you've imprinted that much shit in your brain at age 18, it's going to stay with you for a while. Or maybe you were just traumatized by it so that it was always going to be with you. But it makes you realize how deficient you are. But the other thing it makes you realize is you see on YouTube these classical players playing Bach and guys doing it from memory and doing all 2.5 hours of the Well-Tempered Clavier from memory. And you think, how can anyone encode and memorize, 30,000 key presses all in the right sequence and get it right every time? It's just a phenomenal athletic exercise and a phenomenal mental. They must be on beta blockers or something. They're obviously taking something to stop the nerves getting in the way of the performance, or else they've just done it so many times that it becomes muscle memory. But it's a fascinating thing to contemplate.
Yeah.
Probably eat, sleep, and breathe that stuff.
Oh, you would, and you'd think about it day and night for 30 years just to get to a level where you could perform it properly in its entirety. And then I see, there's the Melbourne synthesist Mike Pensini was doing a show at the Palais last night with a bunch of rappers. And I'm thinking, we've really come full circle, haven't we? We've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous in terms of what it takes to be a musician being paid for a gig in this country. It's extraordinary, the range of what qualifies as talent.
Well, if I was in it for the money, I'd take $1,000 for pressing a space bar.
Yeah, well, so would I. But
there, $1,000.
You've got to have the image to go with it, and sadly, big fat Australian bastards don't tend to get that much image cred. I don't know why. So anyway, I just think of rap music as doggerel with drum machines. That's the way I describe it, and just bad rhyme with really bad 16-step rhythms. But then again, it's how you do your bass drop and how you dance around looking like you've got appendicitis. It's like just before the cat brings up a fur ball, those rap artists, they sort of, it's that whole machination that I find extraordinary.
Yeah.
I used to stand there behind the keyboards trying to sight read and just watching my underwear change colour slowly. It's one of those, that was my music career. It was nothing like what you see now. But anyway.
Oh, and then there's the fine art of butchering somebody else's song by just taking it and rapping over it.
Or sampling it to the point whereby it's unrecognisable. It's funny what qualifies as talent, isn't it, really?
Mm.
And I can't work out how, somebody can record an album and they put out a song that has 20 producers and it has 3 chords. I'm just trying to work out who's cheating there, who didn't produce a chord but actually claimed that they were helping.
Oh, I turned the treble up on your vocals, so that means I get producer's credit?
Yeah. It's, I said it was nice, so therefore you better pay me back. Yeah, no, it's that whole, it really is the emperor's new clothes in some ways, isn't it? It's the tale of bravado and false premise. Anyway, I'd rather listen to ELO mime to their 8-track TAC tape recorder, which used to be visible on stage. Oh dear, back in the day.
Or sampling to the point where it sounds just like the original. Yes.
Yeah, look, some of the sampling stuff I've heard is good, and some of the stuff is interesting. People have actually made an effort to splice different sources together and make sure it's in tempo and in pitch, and kind of construct something that's unique. Or they might have taken stings out of earlier orchestral or jazz works and lined them up to make it at least a bit dynamic. But who knows?
Oh man, what Queen song did he sample? I forget.
I can't remember now. Didn't he try and perform Bohemian Rhapsody live or something and completely fucked it?
I don't remember.
I just remember the Facebook status that said, if anyone sends you an email with somebody singing Bohemian Rhapsody, don't open it because it is someone singing Bohemian Rhapsody.
Nailing all those parts, or I'm not their friend.
Well, what's really good about Bohemian Rhapsody is finding the stems online and listening to that. And at the 6-minute mark, Freddie says something at the piano over the last chord, which is really funny.
Yeah.
And then you can also hear the fact that they've actually triple tracked the bass, and that's a very interesting technique to use. So you use one DI, one front of cab, one back of cab. Those 3 sources together give you that big, rich, round Fender Precision John Deacon bass sound.
Oh yeah.
And it's a beautiful sound, but that's the way you do it. You use 3. So I might have to get 3 mini Moogs to do the bass sound for mine. But isn't that the corollary? Isn't that the logical conclusion? If you're going to be an idiot, do it properly.
Yeah, I like a nice big, wide bass sound. It's like there's no rule that says bass has to be mono and dead center.
Except for phasing. No, you're right.
Yeah,
and on gear now, you don't have to worry about it so much. But back in the day, they used to, because it used to be the case of the grooves on the vinyl, not skipping a centimetre every time.
Right.
You played a low E sort of thing at 40 hertz and just wrecked the entire recording duration. Of course, the duration was tied to the groove as well, so the album could only be so long. And then that's why those 45-minute sides had no bass in them, because there was all the grooves were just wobbling really, really minutely. But in fact, I remember when I first got a copy of Queen News of the World and Fat Bottom Girls was on, it was such a heavy, it was right on the outside of the thing. I used to actually skip the needle. I couldn't get the needle to sit in the groove.
That was jazz.
Yeah, sorry, jazz. Sorry, you're right. News of the World
yeah,
was We Are the Champions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Open with sorry,
Yeah.
Jazz started with
We Will Rock You.
Mustafa, and then We Will Rock You. Yeah, right.
We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions, and then Jazz started with Mustafa. I got them all back here.
Yeah, clever albums, but
Oh,
yeah. So just one of those things. With the production values, the bass sound, and using 3. That was something I learnt by looking at those stems, and the fact that the vocals were so well pitched, and that's another thing you don't hear very often nowadays, is people who can actually nail a vocal and keep it in pitch.
I've heard so much auto-tune, I can hear it a mile away. I hate it.
But it's also a question that there used to be talent that refined its skill to the point where it could sing in tune, whereas now that's just an afterthought. And there are certain jazz singers who've been on the trail here for 25 years in Melbourne who shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a microphone until they learn to sing in pitch. And they're out there making a living, and I'm thinking, I couldn't sit 5 minutes through a gig with you at the microphone. It's just going to be excruciating. And I don't mean just minorly off pitch or having a bad night. I mean someone who drifts terribly. So, yeah, we all hate that, I think. But only because we've seen it done properly. When you've seen it done properly, all of this just seems like false pretense, and you're a music artist, so you must look great on Instagram because you certainly can't sing, Anyway, I guess I'll just have to open up my OnlyFans page now and treat everyone to terrible talent.
Only Mugs.
Only Mugs, that's right, yeah.
Culture, if you want to get deeper into Queen, check out the whole Night at the Opera album. I think that's a good starting point because it's got like every little thing that band does.
It's a smorgasbord. It's a smorgasbord. Yeah.
Yeah, I would start there and maybe branch off of there. If you want to go heavier, go with like the first 3 albums. And then you want to go more experimental, you can go with like Day at the Races, News of the World, and then Jazz. After that, it gets more commercial when you get to The Game and then anything beyond that. But I think Innuendo's a great album.
Well, I think there was one track that was the single that ran for about 9 minutes, which had Steve Howe on guitar too. Steve Howe from Yes played on one of the tracks on the.
Was it probably Made in Heaven? Because I can't.
No, it was. I'd have to look it up, but I think he did play acoustic guitar. There was one that had the flamenco break in the middle.
Single. That's Innuendo.
I think that was it's an Italian suppository, I thought, but anyway, the flamenco break I think was Steve Howe. Don't quote me on that.
I'm looking. Yep, Steve Howe was on it. So that's the title track.
Memory isn't playing tricks. Yeah, interesting. Anyway, so there's a bit of a fusion crossover there for the people who think that Queen was unremittingly commercial by that stage, which it probably was.
Yeah, Crest, that's more their, like I said, like early to 80s kind of commercial stuff. But as I was telling Culture, I would go back to the 70s stuff. It's going to get more interesting there. I've always liked how they boasted no synths on like pretty much all their 70s albums.
Until they used synths.
Yeah, until The Game. Until they put in the liner notes, first appearance of a synthesizer, and then parentheses, Oberheim OBX.
So what's next on the list, Kent? What are you hankering after?
No, I'm not. Eyes done.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I still feel.
Yeah, no, seriously, just enough already.
No, I think too that you get to a stage where you get a big workstation, and it can be Yamaha or Korg or Roland or whatever, and they're just so undeniably deep in functionality that you know it's going to take you 5 years to explore it all. You sort of feel more and more guilty that you haven't. I've still got a lot to learn about a Waldorf Q, for example.
Yeah.
And I was also looking back. The 25 years ago, we were looking at the new EMU modules and stuff like that. I've still got EMU modules. I haven't been through every sound on, so we all tried the manipulations and the variations thereof, and they're good machines, but we just wind up with devices now that are so rich and so deep. It'll take you 5 years to learn the Hydrasynth intimately. And then 5 years to apologise.
What is going on with this, man?
What are you breaking now?
You're lucky there's a window currently.
Somebody had to say it, didn't they?
I just don't understand why that USB hub's not doing anything.
Are you using the supplied cable to connect it to the computer?
Yeah.
Are you connecting it via a normal USB socket or a USB-C socket?
What, the
hub? How are you connecting that via USB to your Mac?
It's going into the USB on the back.
A regular USB or USB-C?
No, it's a regular cable.
Yeah.
A B, should we call it?
No, Type A.
Okay, whatever. And yeah, and it's not.
Last night on one of the channels on YouTube, they were talking about the the MIDI 2 protocol and all the things it offered. And I watched the newscast for a little while, and these experts, in inverted commas, were on there talking about it. They knew their stuff. They were talking about MIDI 2 point something being a bidirectional protocol. And MIDI's always been serial and pretty much one way, that it just spewed data at a consistent rate, and a MIDI device was either a source or a target, but you couldn't connect both because you'd have loopbacks and problems. We're seeing what happens when you do that. A lot of people have gotten into trouble because their MIDI configuration doesn't think of things as being a flow of notes in one direction or a flow of data in one direction along one wire.
Yeah.
A two-directional protocol will mean that you'll need to have each end wait its turn. So something has to be the server, something has to be the client, and it has to be initialized, the handshaking between the devices. And then each one's got to say, stop, I'm now listening, and then it will accept the data. It's going to be basically what in sockets terms on PC is called blocking sockets, but it won't be a very clean. I'm thinking this is going to turn all of the, and Microsoft's involved now. Oh, we want to be involved, says Microsoft. We want to keep an eye on this MIDI thing and make sure it's all done to our specs on our machines. And we all know what happened with Microsoft Songsmith. And we all know that once you have a bidirectional protocol, every MIDI device will be like a garbage dump for all of the non-concise messages that pass up the line and go back and forth, and machines waiting or hanging while they wait and don't get anything, or are halfway through, or want to monopolise the connection because it's their critical section that has to go in one block and can't be interrupted. We're going to have such a bloody mess out of this. And I think those people who are pushing, I realise we've got polyphonic aftertouch and other things like that. There should be a whole new protocol, not called MIDI2, but something ancillary that works on its own connection basis and works with its own clean configuration. It doesn't try to bastardize the old MIDI 1.0, which has worked okay and works okay in the pianola roll sense of what we wanted it to do originally. And all of these newcomers are going to say, oh, we'll have bidirectional, you can talk to your fridge on Friday, so it'll defrost your ham for you and all that sort of stuff. It will become an absolute schmozzle. I just say this well in advance. If they do get a spec out and they do produce machines to it, it effectively will obsolete most of the MIDI 1 stuff overnight, which is a sad thing because MIDI 1 stood up pretty well. But I was surprised to see that Microsoft were involved. I thought that was an unusual step, shall I say.
Gentlemen, I think I'm going to take my leave. I will catch up with you all very soon.
All right,
Take care, Matt.
Take it easy, Matt.
See you later.
See you later, mate.
Good night.
So, Steve, how far did you get into your Bach transcription stuff?
I'm still going. It's just it takes about 8 hours to do a prelude and fugue both. So and so that's there times 48 basically. So I've asked for some help, and it's going to cost a fortune to get pro transcribers to do it. So it looks like I'm stuck with the task. Actually, interestingly, it can't be automated. That you can't use AI to do it for you.
Yeah.
So the other thing you're doing is you're correcting where note durations overlap or intersect, which MIDI doesn't handle terribly well. So where you've got two lines both playing the same note, that happens in places, or you've got trills and ornaments and appoggiaturas and acciacciaturas and mordants and turns and all the other stuff that happens in Bach in terms of elaborate notes.
So more than ever, I'm sure you really appreciate switched on Bach.
Well, that's right. I mean, it's a way of understanding. Everyone says, "Oh, yeah, well, it was a masterful piece of work," and it really popularized synthesizers for the common masses, and it brought synthesizers to a new market and helped gain both notoriety and acceptability.
And a huge amount of fucking work. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, that's what you've got to appreciate. That not only did the programming have to be right, and the notes had to be right, and the arrangements had to be right, then the playing had to be right. Because, of course, there was nothing automated for Carlos. It had to be done one key press at a time. And it's a staggeringly large amount of work. I know that. And then you've got a modular synthesizer that won't keep tune. So you might have had to do 4 or 5 takes before, on a cold Friday at -7 degrees, you got a perfect take because
at least it was the same room over and over again, right? So like climate control that. So
but they are just thermally. I mean, but we don't think of all those problems now because we're spoiled in the digital age or in the VSTI age. We are spoiled. But back then, it would have been. It was another Mount Everest type project, and the only thing that's difficult about this project for me is the volume of transcription. The rest of it isn't that hard. I can play Bach reasonably well. I can't play polyphonically on a monophonic keyboard, so I'm stuck with another problem. But I've got to divide and conquer, and that takes time to actually split it all apart.
Your next challenge is to do the Nigel Tufnell Mach piece, right? The Mozart and Bach combination.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not about the destination here. It's about the journey that you don't experience or understand stuff except by being brutally stupid like I am. So you wind up making every mistake along the way. Like the first time I did the second prelude in C minor or C sharp. Oh, so it was C minor, yes, second prelude. And I did that, and then the fugue got really, really difficult, and I'd recorded it, and I thought, this sounds terrible. This is so dense and so spaghetti and so rat's nest that I can't untangle it. And I thought, well, what do I do now? And so I suppose all those decisions that Wendy Carlos had to make back in the 60s on increasingly more primitive gear in a setting which would have been 15 times more expensive to set up in terms of the modular synthesis and the recording consoles and the tape machines and all that sort of stuff. And the other problem that she would have had was that every time she rewound, all the ferrite oxide comes off the tape, so you wind up wearing into the tape. So you only get so many passes at fidelity before it all starts to become problematic.
Right. Also, not to mention the destination you're going to get out of this is you're going to have high quality transcribed MIDI files that you could probably sell, right? I mean,
you can't copyright arrangements. That's one difficulty. Although the digital property is still IP, but it's probably not my IP. It's not bound by license because of its vintage. But I think you could turn around and say, here's a saxophone quartet for Bach, and it's taken from the Well-Tempered Clavier. That's novel, and that would be an application educationally for some of the works, some of the simpler works. The other thing is that you still need to be judicious about how you apply the sounds, and that's a requirement whether you push it to orchestra or you push it to synthesizer as a target for the works.
Well, that was another magical thing about Switched on Bach is the great combination of sounds. With all the options available, the choices are quite good.
They were, but they were also designed to emulate flutes or bassoons or horns, or harpsichord. So they had a sort of target sound anyway, that the texture's already been predetermined for orchestra by Bach. This is different because I'm taking something was designed to be used with a clavichord with its new equitemperament, and that means that the Well-Tempered Clavier was basically a way that Bach says, well, formerly we used to tune this way, and C major sounded really in tune, and F sharp sounded really out of tune because of the ratios of the frequencies of each of the notes. So this was one way that you could play in all 12 keys. So Bach did one stint in 1720 something and did his first book of Well-Tempered Clavier, and then 20 years later he's gone back to it and done the second book of the Well-Tempered Clavier in the 1740s. And he died in 1750, I think, from memory, 1685 to 1750 or thereabouts. Don't quote me. But so it was late in his life he did the second book. And towards the end of that second book, there are chromatic works which are just written by aliens. I mean, this guy's brain was so advanced harmonically, and he was writing themes in fugues that were almost impossible.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, you think about it, the guy was going to church each week, and apart from looking after 21 kids, he had to write a cantata, and he had to write a fugue or an offertory or a prelude or something for the church service. He'd do the odd hymn, rehearse his choir, speak to the Kapellmeister, all that sort of stuff. So he would have been a really busy church-based musician back in the day, and doing, as you say, a shitload of fly shit. He would have, like, to look at that Bach, you look at 220 pages of Well-Tempered Clavier. I mean, you turn around and say, but there's another 2.5 hours of partitas. And then after that, there's another 2.5 hours of French suites. And you say, well, here's a guy who has just produced tons of ink in his time, and it's all mentally conceived. It comes out on the page. It looks immaculate. You can still read it today and get the sense of what he was thinking back then.
And he still had time to have all those kids, too.
That's what I mean, yeah. And out of those kids, he had to take music lessons for them. So you had Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, who was one of his progeny, who wrote a lot of harpsichord works. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling.
Another cool thing about the switched on Bach is because the timbres are fairly simple compared to acoustic instruments. You could really hear the mixing of the layers very well because the sounds are generally pretty simple. And then even more so in Switched on Bach 2000, where she used a lot of digital stuff, and you could really crisp layers interacting with each other with some effects on them, of course. But it's cool to hear in those ways instead of just the typical arrangements of a string ensemble and you know, keyboard, harpsichord, whatever. So it's kind of cool to hear all the differences there, because you can really hear the intertwining of the notes.
Well, that's right. Now, to do that with a mini Moog in some ways is a very coarse instrument to throw at such a delicate problem. So that's the current challenge, is to generate some of the stuff, the 2-part fugues, like the A minor fugue in the second book. Oh, sorry, A minor prelude in the second book, which is chromatic. 2 parts at once.
Yeah.
Really, yeah, that's it. Yeah, VWV 889,
like
I think it is. Yeah. It is suited for 2 mini Moogs going hell for leather in their own register, 1 treble, 1 bass, and 1 note at a time. Fantastic for that. Some of the 5-part fugues he wrote late in the piece are going to sound way too congested when done, except with 1 oscillator per machine and through a resonant filter of some sort to narrow it down a bit, and then played staccato so that it doesn't have too much durational interference with the other sounds. And then even then it'll be a delicate balancing act to get all those things to sit right. So you've still got a music production issue with this, even though the scores are perfect and the pieces are known and have been played and have been enjoyed. It's still a question of taste when you come to actually producing that stuff.
Yeah, it's cool stuff for sure. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, look, we'll wait and see how it goes. For me, you learn. This is all about learning. You learn stuff that you wouldn't have thought about otherwise, unless you'd embarked on something that vast. And you also encounter works that maybe you wouldn't have listened to. You maybe haven't listened to the A flat prelude because it didn't come up in the standard classical piano syllabus, and you haven't sat down and listened to 3 hours of Glenn Gould before you finally stumble across that one. And by the time you've done 3 hours of listening, then you can't really hear its unique quality, except when you just visit it on one day as one exercise to analyse and take apart and listen to and appreciate and realise this guy was a master. And he didn't write just one work that was fabulous. It's like 96 individual works, you know.
And you hear his stuff on a pipe organ in a proper church, and holy shit, it's powerful.
Yeah, but it also translated from pipe organ to clavier, and it's rare that you find works that will do that, and yet he manages to do it. And you think about what the repertoire is on the radio at the moment for most people, and you think about these masters, and then someone like Carlos, who had the foresight to actually take it all to synthesizer, and then was brave enough to go through that whole exercise on multiple occasions. And it really is testament to those people that they had that tenacity and that skill set and that determination and
also
ability.
For Clockwork Orange, it was played so crazily. That was a really great soundtrack.
Yeah, so so it's interesting. Look, it's only interesting to me. It will be boring for 90% of the people in the audience, so I apologise here. But it's a pub, so we can talk about all sorts of things. But that's keeping me busy, and it's keeping me engaged and not keeping my mind off other things, which is important too.
Well, I can't wait to hear it in action.
I'll forward some of the tracks when they're listenable. I suppose that's the criteria. And the other thing is, you have the benefit of hindsight. You can actually go back, and if you don't like something in the context of the whole collection, you could turn around and say, well, I might have done that better. And there may be some works that, for some reason, the Moog is not the right tool of choice, and you might have to go down another path in terms of choosing a different synthesizer with less of a sonic footprint. And there are, so you could potentially use the Icenen or the Jupiter 8, and you could use the CS80 or Decades, or you could use the Elka Synthex or the Versys or DX7, or you could use the. No, I was thinking actually that the Hydra synths might have just the right density and accuracy to carry some of these off, and the ABX8 potentially.
Yeah.
I was going
but
to
all
say the SAMs, because you get the high pass filter too.
Yeah, I mean,
the Oberheims.
yeah, no, they're all. Or I could run the ARP Odyssey or the 2600 up the flagpole too, if there was and we're not talking about these being the predominant voices. We're talking about these being inner voices that you can't over congest the thing, or else it just turns to mush. So you've got to turn around and be judicious, and then find limited frequency ranges for each instrument, limited brightness, because mini Moogs, once you turn them, open up the filter, sound great, but with 5 of them going at once,
it's
all on different notes, you wind up with a lot of fizz, as I call it. It's a very fizzy sound, and I think the modern equivalent would be, say, Rick Wakeman with his title track for White Rock, where he has 3 mini Moogs, full belt, going fast, and that's the same textural problem as the Bach, but he does 3 minutes with White Rock, I think the duration of the track is, and these ones tend to be a lot longer in duration and a lot more demanding on the listener. And you've also got the problem that with something with a wide frequency band has a translation aspect, so it has to sound good on earbuds and on headphones and on the car stereo and on the domestic hi-fi and on the studio monitor. So that translation is normally achieved at the mastering stage. But you've got to be mindful of what you're throwing at the problem at the outset. It all starts with the origin. And the other thing is that we tend to we forget that 60s production was all about making the sounds richer. So I go out of the Mini Moog, it goes into a DI box, but the DI boxes have really nice transformers in them, so they're expensive. But not the Carnhill ones, but the other ones, but they're very rich sounding, and then you put them into a UA 6176, and that's got valves in it, so then it sounds even richer for its harmonic content because of the inherent distortion of the tubes. And then you go into a summing, solid state summing mixer, and then into the SSL gear, which is all analog, so it enriches the sound or prunes it, tailors a bit more, and then into the recorder. So you've got a lot of steps where you have to be judicious with your gain structure and with your EQ and with your filtering and with the source sounds and make sure there's no crap on the line. You don't pick up some sort of interference. So you're looking very carefully at the signal chain at all points. And yeah, it's not something we do every day. It's something I've been lucky to be able to do. But it's also a bit scary to turn around and think, oh, well, you've amassed $80,000 worth of gear for this exercise, and it's a vanity project. And it's an Everest. I mean, 220 pages of Bach is a bloody Everest. There's no question about that. It's going to take a long time to, get up to base camp.
Oh, no, that's not it. Oh. One. Finally.
I'm looking at the chat now. I can't tell if this person is trolling or not, but Z pianos and synthesizers, while they have the same interface, they are different instruments.
Well, it's a valid point, but we all deal with different instruments. We all collect different instruments. We all have, even 2 mini Moogs won't sound quite the same. So they're different instruments. So you go to an orchestra and some kids have got Selma saxophones and some kids have got Yamaha and some have got a Chinese brand that's different again. Some kids have got Con trumpets, some kids got Yamaha trumpets, some kids have got something else. So we always deal with those differences. And in terms of touch and temperament and response and artistry, at the end of the day, there are so many judgment calls and so many variations that we're all never on the same page, and that's why people discuss music so fervently and so ardently and have such a passion for it and love to disagree. You know, that my malevolence towards VSTIs is because I'm not very good at them, and that's the other thing, that people get emotional about what they're not good at. That's why I'm emotional. I'm emotional most of the time. Yeah, and once you reach curmudgeon stage, it doesn't matter, does it, really?
Yeah.
Also, Wendy used to have on her website, if it's still there, I'm not sure, and also some articles about the whole analog versus digital, why she went with Synergy and Kurzweil Vast and some other stuff over the older analog stuff, because it does get muddy if you don't do it right, if you don't dial it in.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have that problem with everything. When someone sits down to write an orchestration for a big band or orchestra, the orchestrator makes all those decisions. He turns around and says, well, I can't run 45 bassoons because that's going to be a turgid mess. Or I need to make sure that my top end's clean, or how many flutes do I need to balance against that many clarinets, against that many French horns, against that many bassoons, against that many bass clarinets. You know, what's the ideal mix? And then you look back to the marching band stuff that Sousa did, you know, Liberty Bell, the Monty Python theme. And when you see the original scores of Sousa, it's just 6 lines. And he thought, well, the bandmaster can work out how many cornets and euphoniums and tubas he's got on the gig this week, trombones, because I'm not going to worry about that. That way the bandmaster can balance that, and the sections can balance internally. And even when you're playing in a real band nowadays, you're playing commercial top 40 stuff, you've got to work out your own balance with your other band members.
Also, digital can be have a lot of timbral option without getting heavy, whereas if you make analog too thin, it's kind of boring.
Well, that's why I got embedded reverbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have the reverb.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
So which one is that?
I don't find that boring. I find those lovely sounds.
Yeah.
You know, and the other thing is that there are Rolls Royces out there amongst the instruments that we're used to, and there are also smaller caliber vehicles which are driven correctly can also make magnificent sounds. You know, like the Mini Brute and the Micro whatever, and you know, all those machines have their place.
Except
So
the
you
Timberwolf.
I've got a Tom.
More stuff, like you have the metalizer and you have other little gimmicks on there that make it a different animal, right?
Yeah. I've got an Akai Tomcat, which is probably the world's worst drum machine. But
no, the Rhythm Wolf was the worst one.
Yeah.
The Tomcat is actually an interesting device, but it doesn't. I think mine's broken. I think I bought it broken, but I don't know because I don't have another one to compare it to.
No, it's supposed to sound like that. Broken is its thing. It was his USP.
It was a design requirement. Make this sound broken. Yeah. But I bought it because I wanted a drum machine that sounded different. You know, that maybe sounded not like your standard offerings, and that's why it sits in the cupboard, but away from anyone from hearing it.
Ooh, pardon me. Windy bops.
Right, I tried both hubs, Rob.
Sorry, what? What?
Tried both hubs.
Yes.
Neither of them.
On the same input?
No, different inputs.
Check your BIOS settings and check your power save on your BIOS. That'd be the only other place I could go for USB's not working.
When you say they're not working, what are they not doing?
Anything is working plugged into them.
So when you plug something in, it's just not showing up?
No.
Such as...
Like you said, it lights up, doesn't it?
Yeah, lights up. Yeah.
It lights up.
Yeah, if I plug in, say, the external drive...
Yeah.
I've got no libraries in my contact. They said, no.
But does the drive show up in the system?
The drive shows,
right,
and you can look at everything, right?
Right.
And then every now and again it pops up and says you didn't disconnect the drive properly, up in the corner. Now anything else, even a bloody keyboard, plug it in. No keyboard control at all, anywhere, on anything.
You know the incident when... You know what I'm referring to, when the window was open?
Yeah.
You don't think that had anything to do with it, do you?
Nah.
No?
No. Because I plug my little cheapo hub into it, and everything
It
works.
works.
Anything you plug into it goes, hi. But both of these powered ones are going, nah, mate.
Well, I don't know what to say, because I've got a hub that's all virtually identical.
And you know that additional thing I got, that plinth with the backup driving it
Yes.
and extra USBs? That's not showing up either.
Is that currently plugged in while you're trying to plug those in?
I've tried it plugged in and not plugged in.
Okay. Just wondering if that's getting...
Yeah, I had wondered if something was interfering or something like that. But no, and I don't understand that.
No, I don't.
I don't get that at all.
I would say if your PC were still in the studio, try them on the PC and see if they do the same thing.
That's the whole point, is that it's not anymore.
I know, but I'm saying to troubleshoot the hubs, if it's doing the same thing on
But
the
it was
PC.
two
then
completely different hubs that are both brand new.
Right.
Yeah, that's weird.
There's something
just
very
weird.
strange there.
There's something wrong.
Thinking out loud, what voltage have you got running to the hubs?
Oh, let's have a look.
I'm not being cute. I'm saying that some are 5 volt and some are 3 volt, and that
No, these are powered hubs, so
No, but
they've got their own
actually-
power supply.
12 volt at 90 watts.
Yeah, 90 watts, that big one. So that's
Yeah.
more than enough to drive 16 devices that require power.
I only had 5 plugged in.
Yeah. Well, I've got, on that 16 hub, 1, 2, 3, I've got 12 items currently plugged in there. All my hard drives, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 external hard drives. My 4K capture,
Yeah.
audio interface. I mean, literally, it's
Very weird.
It's as smooth as butter.
But when I went to Finder, like for instance, I plugged that external drive into that hub, went to Finder, and the library drive was there, clicked on it, you can click on the folders, you can look and see what's in the folders.
But when you open
Open
Contact, for
Cubase,
example,
yeah, and you open up Contact, it says no libraries found.
yeah, is Contact. Have you got the path in Contact to that drive? To
Oh,
the proper
I
folder.
can literally unplug it from the hub.
No.
plug it in. No, listen.
in-
Unplug it from the hub, plug it in the back of the Mac, refresh the window, and the libraries appear. Yeah.
I would check once you plug the hub in, plug your drive into the hub, and then check your path. I know
Yeah.
what you're saying, but
Yeah, no, I get that. I get you as well.
I think if it's going to
And
the
go and
hub
hunt, yeah.
versus going straight to the back of the computer, when you put it in the hub, it could be a completely different drive path.
Yeah.
I've
There is
seen it. I've
that.
seen it happen even on a PC.
But why the keyboard
keyboard, I don't know.
or the camera?
that's why I was thinking about voltage.
your
It
keyboard-
just seemed like a voltage thing. Yeah.
I thought your keyboard was Bluetooth.
No,
No,
it's USB-C.
okay.
The trackpad's Bluetooth.
Okay. Have you got a USB-A to USB-C adapter?
Yep.
Try plugging that onto the end of your hub's USB cable and then plugging it into a USB-C socket to see if that makes any difference.
Okay. Where the fuck did I put that?
Because that's what I did with both my hubs. Just to keep some legacy ports open on the studio, I just used an adapter and plug those into USB-C. And of course, USB-C.
Okay, here's another thought, and it's just a random thought, that usually the operating system labels your drives from A through Z in that order.
Doesn't make a difference with Mac. PCs,
So
yes,
if something
Macs,
is early in the boot pickup path that doesn't
Doesn't-
function correctly,
honestly,
so
it
if the
doesn't
read
matter.
drive is intermittent, it doesn't shuffle all the letters on here and then make the paths invalid.
There's
Okay.
nothing like that on. It doesn't work like that on Mac.
All right. Okay.
It seems to work on names rather than drive letters.
Okay.
Well,
so
it works.
a
on
media has a name, yeah, it's a formatted name. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
No,
Macs
just
do
thinking
have a
that-
security thing with
yeah.
with bits of hardware, but mostly it's not.
Yeah,
that
I was
good.
just trying to find a reason why if some sort of operator precedence had a problem or else the other thing is it's something where a driver is monopolizing the port early in the pickup. So let's say your E drive is not class compliant, does have a device driver to operate over USB, and winds up in a state where it's monopolizing all the other connections. That's the only
Yeah.
other thing I thought
The
of.
only time I've ever had an issue with USB on a Mac was connecting a USB 3 drive inadvertently using a USB 2 spec cable. Didn't like it because, yeah, whatever. As soon as I put a proper USB 3 cable in it, it was just like, problem? What problem? No, absolutely
Behaved
fine.
itself, yeah. Nothing.
So
No, I wasn't being cute about any of this. I was
No,
just
no.
asking all the
No,
dumb
no,
questions because
No.
well,
Yeah,
no such thing as a stupid question.
no. You go over
Stupid
the
answers.
you go over the what appears to be stupid things to make sure that something fundamental hasn't been missed.
Well, the other thing is to blame the cheapest component first. And I used to often, when I was
Yeah.
stuck, I used to say, okay, the cheapest thing is the adapter that's 30 cents that goes
Yeah.
from USB B to USB C, or it's the cable that cost $5, or it's the keyboard which costs $10, or it's the mouse that costs 15, or it's and this is just my stupid way of thinking about the problem is that you try to isolate it through elimination, and then
I do exactly
again,
the same thing with restoring CS80s. No, seriously.
yeah, no, I
go-
accept that. I've done every boneheaded thing ever in my career.
Well, let's try that 4016 instead of the actual custom Yamaha controller chip, because one is and the other one's 12p. I get lucky 9 times out of 10. It is the little 4016 that's gone. Right, let me throw something at this a minute and see what it does. Oh, hang on. What have we got here? Yeah, we've got no libraries. Fucking hell. Nope. No, it still doesn't show up as a library. Has anything happened? Well, that's very strange. Okay, let's remove that a minute. Right,
How's it going, Ian? See him moving backwards and forwards.
carrying a couple of
Yep.
boxes.
He'll eventually get out of the escape room, won't he?
Yeah. Is he actually listening? How's their
You talking
whippet?
about me?
Yeah. How's their whippet?
Well, he's gone in a crate to a
Yeah.
storage unit.
What you do? You still packing?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Yeah. They're back at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, wow. Gonna be a long night.
So, but we're nearly there.
Good man.
Yay.
That's good.
Yeah. The bigger worry is what I'm taking with us on our trip when we've only got a tiny car.
Oh, yeah.
You know. But we'll get there. Eventually.
Do you want to borrow the battle bus?
I could do to it, yeah. I could do to it.
Well, it's certainly available if you want it.
I'm dropping some stuff off at a mate of mine up the road, so you know, stuff that we can come back up for if we need to.
Because you can literally get a double bed in the back of that and 2 hookers. No
Kent
trouble.
knows. Kent's tried.
Just to be sure. It's, you know, it's research.
It
I
was a
can
good
hear
job.
pounding on the ceiling.
It was a good job we were leaving one of the beds because they've taken our bed and we left the spare bedroom bed. So we bought 2 brand new sleeping bags to sleep in it because we've got no sheets or anything.
Oh, no.
All right, so the Excel
Got it.
showing up now, is it? Oh, the Excel showing up.
Here's some light relief.
Oh, God. Oh.
It puts a whole new spin on Feed the World, doesn't it?
Oh, my giddy aunt. Okay, so
I've got to. It brings to mind a funny story though, because I was at a trade show once demonstrating a Lin 9000 drum machine, which were brought into Australia via Strand Lighting, funnily enough, as a distributor. And so I was there, had the Lin 9000, we had it programmed up, was standing there playing a DX7 with the Lin 9000, just doing a bit of cocktail jazz. And I hadn't had anybody come up and ask it because it was a lighting sort of convention. I didn't even know why I was there, but I was there because it was one of their products. And I was demoing it. And the only nibble I got all weekend was from a guy who was blind. And of course, the Lin 9000 has a completely LCD keypad type interactive interface. So it wouldn't have suited anybody who was blind. And he said at the end of I had a chat with him and a bit of a spiel and whatever. He said, the only reason I came over was because I knew you couldn't sell a Lin 9000 to a blind man. So it brought to mind that funny moment, which I'd completely forgotten. There you go.
I saw another one earlier that I thought was rather amusing, but I've lost it now.
Why did that? Okay, let's see if we get lucky now.
Justin, will you stop being so bloody good?
Yeah.
Talented.
Stop playing shit.
Yeah, just play some bum notes for once. Jesus.
Yeah, play some shit, will you, for Christ's sake?
He plays clean because he does it every week, and that's the secret. He just
That's
has
it.
fun with it every week, and you develop some chops by doing that. Unlike the rest of us who pick up a Bach manuscript every 40 years and decide it's all too hard.
I don't know how to play bad. I'm sorry.
I can give you lessons.
Nothing to be sorry.
I couldn't afford them.
Yeah. No. I'll pay you because that's fair compensation in the scheme of things. Yeah.
Okay.
First sign of talent, and out they go.
That is...
To quote Peter Sellers,
Yep.
the trumpet volunteer.
Right,
But-
DTH1. comes down as DIN 1 then, I think. Oh, I don't know. Is that? I'll get this fucking routing one day, won't it? Yeah, it is. So it should be on DIN 1, which it is. So. Oh, for... no. I don't get this. I don't get this at all. Come on, you restore fucking CS80s. What the hell is going on? MIDI out, MIDI in. What's the problem?
Kenton, I'm going to buy you a Kenton through 25 and send it to you, and enough cables to make it go around, and enough USB MIDI interfaces, and enough USB hosts, and you can do it all the old school way.
I was going to say the biggest problem is the 70s technology mixed with modern technology.
Well, that's why you put it all to one side. I reckon that nothing wrong with 5-pin DIN cables. And the Kenton boxes are fine for that. I know it sounds excessive, but
the host boxes are awesome. Those little $150 Kenton host boxes, I love
this. This is using a 5-pin DIN cable. Going.
Yeah, but you can't jam it into a USB, Kent. I keep telling you that. You know, you just can't squeeze it in.
If you push hard enough, they go in, all right? Eventually, you wear them down. You just wear them down.
Yeah,
it only takes a couple of days.
It's like I bought some decent Roland UM1 Mark IIs to use as USB MIDI interfaces, and they didn't work with the Behringer Solita at all because they got device drivers. They're not cast compliant. I bought some cheap Chinese crappy $5 eBay specials. Work just fine. So you can't win, really, you know.
No. Hey, Kent, is your MIDI on the 80? Is it built in or is it an external box?
Oh, it's built in.
Can you run WIDI on it? Or is it not enough power for WIDI?
Don't do WIDI. That's another level of complexity you don't need.
No, but it's for fun. Try it out. Make see if WIDI works.
It would. Yeah, no, WIDI would work on it.
Well,
it would.
Yeah.
If it having us juice, right? Then...
I've noticed. So I've put a WIDI master on the DX1.
Yeah.
And every time I did that, the DX1, every now and again would say, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
Just every now and again.
Yeah.
But plug a cable in, and it's fine. So I think because obviously DX1 comes out 7 or 8 months after DX7, which still didn't have like the ratified 1.0 MIDI on it.
No. Yeah.
So I just think.
Well, the power's just not right? It's just
no. The power's fine. The power is fine. It's just something else that it's I guess there's something in WIDI that's just like a little too modern for the DX1. DX5 not a problem, but then that was 2 years later, and they'd nailed they'd got MIDI right by then. So I just think it's just something somewhere. It's just a little antsy. Doesn't like it all the time.
Because my MIDI Solutions boxes and those old pocket MIDI devices they used to sell that had different features, those all ran off of MIDI power just fine.
Yeah. Well, WIDI will actually run off of. There are two approved voltages, 3.3 and 5, with MIDI. But one thing I've learned over the years, and certainly one thing that came very much to light when testing WIDI, was that not all devices with MIDI conform to the MIDI protocols. Even if it's a modern day device, there are some modern day synthesizers or MIDI devices that don't they're not even grounded. They're not even earthed. And if you don't have an earthed MIDI, then WIDI will not work. By the way, WIDI is supposed. Somebody said in the chat, I can't remember who it was now. MIDI isn't meant to supply power. Yes, it is. It supplies. Yeah, it's supposed.
Yeah,
to
it has to
power.
by design.
Yeah, that's how. I thought it's an electrical signal. It needs power. Why would I widify the DX1? It's behind you. Yes, it is, but you still have to run cables to something, and that's just. So that's why I always have something to hand. I've got a WIDI to hand somewhere always. Just shove it in and go. But no, it can be a little funny with it.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, Kent's had a moment of zen.
Well, yeah. I just had a thought. You wanker.
And there goes the moment of zen.
But even without WIDI, if you use an iPhone as a
Forgot on the
Bluetooth bridge,
montage.
it's still pretty quick. There's no
On the
latency.
montage, you can have USB MIDI or 5-pin DIN. You can't have
Can't
both.
have both.
Never the twain. Yeah.
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 And that's what was up.
Right, I'm going to go,
Steve.
guys. See you later.
All right, buddy.
Good luck, Ian, with
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
I hope it all
Thanks
goes
very
well, mate.
much. Cheers. See you
Cheers.
soon.
See you later.
Right, what are you set to then? If I do that, for instance. If I do that, you still don't work properly, do you? Little tart. Right.
Yeah, instead of WIDI, I always use a iPhone with a Mio to build the bridge, and it works great as well. So you don't just have to use WIDI.
Okay, so here's a random thought. When we started out, we had one or two devices. We used to connect them together. Wasn't a problem. Now we've got more increasingly complex rigs, and we've got Wi-Fi MIDI, and we've got USB MIDI, and we've got 5-pin MIDI. But nobody seems to make just a simple breakout box that sits in line, even the powered one, that just shows you what's going through in the same way that the display on a sound canvas would show you the 16 channels and what's getting notes, or show you what's active and what isn't, or what, so you could
Like a MIDI
physically
monitor.
just see at a glance what the MIDI status was. So if you had half a dozen of these, in the same way that a studio might have half a dozen tuners sitting on different analog synths just to make sure they're lined up, you'd have 5 or 6 of these little LED breakout boxes. And I know there used to be I've got a product somewhere, and I'll think of what its name is in a minute, but it was basically an LED display that would show you the note value and the program name, and it would respond to note changes and respond to program changes and show you that. And I'll think of the
The
name. It was
fancy
a bit
MIDI
of-
interface made by the guys who make Noodler does some of that, but it's not a cheap device.
No, it wasn't cheap either, but I'm saying that there's got to be a market for Mr. Behringer to turn around and produce a $20 MIDI breakout
Yeah, but
device
nobody else
that
has done it before, so he can't copy it.
Yeah, no one's done a cheap one yet.
Thanks. I'm just thinking out loud. I see the grief that Kent's going through for his Mac to know if you had a MIDI hub that had status lights that showed you the ins and outs, the twos and fros via an LED, or glowed blue when there was a problem. It would be an interest.
I'm surprised
the MIDI Flow app I use on iOS shows you all that stuff.
Okay, so there's a breakout box there for it. I mean, but also at the hardware level, when people have got different rigs, it would be nice to see Kenton release one of their through boxes that actually showed lights that lit up, or so you could see on the rig when you pressed the keys that stuff was coming through, and that it was going on and off. And it would also pick up the intermittent stuff, so it would glow when there was a problem, or if something has a MIDI saturation. And that's the other thing we don't see, that once you've got, it's a serial protocol, so it's designed around a tennis player going back and forth between two tennis players. One tennis ball is a message going back and forth. That's USB at its most primitive. Now, you do that via 25 or 30 devices. There's got to be some congestion.
Yeah.
There's got to be a congestion tax somewhere.
You get collisions, yeah.
If you connect MIDI devices in the daisy chain, so out from one into another, through into another, through into another, and so on and so forth, the more devices you add into that chain, and it doesn't take much, I think usually about 6 or 7, and you'll start to get latency.
Yeah.
I think 4 pass through, you'll get it. Just with 4 devices, you'll get it.
It's not high, and so you'll get that. And I'm just wondering if a device that could sit in a MIDI chain that would display what's going in, what's going out, and then the other MIDI data will just inherently suck some of the the speed away, and maybe that's why. I don't know.
But you'd have a bypass switch on it, I suppose. You have just a physical bypass switch to show me the display or turn it off. So the device was basically like a copper wire when it wasn't in use. But the other thing is that the congestion would be interesting, the ratio. So you're sending stuff on channel 5 to this one device, and your poly-aftertouch keyboard has just sent 30 gigabytes down the same MIDI 1 channel, and you don't know it. You don't know the spurious information that poly-aftertouch and channel assignments and other stuff. So it's all the stuff that's lumbered in over the top of the MIDI 1 spec that suddenly makes your M1 crap its pants because of all the stuff it doesn't understand, or just because of it has to filter through every message to get the one that pertains to it. So there's got to be a bottleneck somewhere in some ancient device that causes MIDI to fall over once we've got the hairy-chested bed thumper Mac throwing 1,000,001 messages at every device at once, because there's no discernment, there's no filter necessarily for what's coming up the line at the poor little device that says, "Oh, I give up."
I used to use MIDI aux on the Windows for some weird problems, just to troubleshoot issues like that.
Studio
I've
One
got
has
a USB sniffer, so it's a device that has storage in it, which just takes USB in and USB out, and will record the whole session. And by the time you wade through 300 pages of hex for 5 seconds of activity, you turn around and go, "Well, how the heck does any of this work?" It becomes a question of volume, complexity, and we're throwing all of this data all at once at every device, and then someone's expecting the poor little sound canvas not to have a conniption.
It's about as fun as looking at your Mac crash dump logs, right? So.
I've done it for hex for comms. So you basically have a sniffer, and a sniffer says every packet that goes up the line, I'll capture that and then pass it on, but I'll record the whole session to and fro. And so if you just watch something like a Mozilla browser from 1997 kick off a session, and all of the comms that happens in between, that
I think
is
Wireshark
scary. And we're doing the
too.
same thing. People are starting to push this much data inadvertently up MIDI lines and expecting A, USB to be able to work fast enough to sort it all out, and then B, expecting the target devices to not shit themselves when they're suddenly hit with more bytes than they've ever seen in a month of Sundays. It's a interesting thing to contemplate. We don't think of the traffic because it's always worked for us, and it's always been seamless and flawless and inconspicuous. But eventually we're going to load that system up with enough data that it collapses in spectacular and random ways. And nobody's thought about the diagnostic tools to make that easier for the average person with 140 cents in their home studio.
You can also use stuff like the MIDI Solutions event processor and
I've
filter
got
out
those.
stuff permanently.
I've got those.
So-
Yeah, and I've programmed those, and I actually tried to use those for the bark exercise, and I also tried to use them for poly chaining. There's a poly chaining solution on monophonic synths from a MIDI keyboard. The problem you get is that with the bark is that the lines of contrapuntal can cross over, and so therefore, when you introduce a new voice, what do? How do you manage that? And the second thing is that when you've got multiple keyboards in a USB situation, like we think of USB comms used to be handled on serial processors in bits, in 9600 baud, for example, off the back of a PC, using a UART chip, 8245 or whatever it was. I can't remember the number. And it all used to be handled as a serial stream that you ran back and forth, and you'd have to manage both ends carefully or it'd all fall over. Or your 9600 baud 1997 internet connection would collapse. And the same thing will happen now on USB, because we've got USB 1, 2, and 3. And the one devices will start not to cope because the USB 3 messages, basically Tolstoy's War and Peace heading up and down the line every 30 seconds. So we get saturated lines, saturated messages, or just interference, and that causes all sorts of grief.
So I use one of these guys. So it's a MIDI Plus 8x8, and each in and out has a message LED above it that just blinks anytime you see it.
Yep.
Just fine. But if I need to see anything more, Studio One has got a MIDI monitor built in, so I can see everything going on. Even when my old RD1000 used to send the all notes off, stuff every time I release everything, I would see it in there. But yeah, like you were saying, I'm amazed that nobody's come up with a breakout box to be able to see all that stuff.
I tried a MIDI Plus USB hosting. It didn't work as well as my Kenton, even though it was only a little bit more money for the Kenton.
I've only ever used Kenton where possible for MIDI routing, and tried to lean towards 5-pin and not, because it's a comms protocol and it should be unidirectional as it was originally intended. I think we're using it for other things now, and that makes it complex. And I remember a through box duplicates all the crap on all the channels and sends it to each device and says, you sort it out. And some devices will turn around and say, I could do it for 2 messages. I could do it for 16 channels of MIDI. But you put polyphonic aftertouch up the line, and I'm just going to drop the ball. I'm going to drop the bundle because I don't have the processing grunt to be able to sort out good from bad. Or my algorithm doesn't. I see a 9-0 and I think hex, and I think that's a note on. And I see an 8-0 hex.
You don't need polyphonic aftertouch, so.
The Moogs do have their sensitivity now on the new remakes. The 2022 remake has the modified keyboard, which has got some sensitivity in that regard. But you're right, the MIDI implementation is shit. You put volume information or dynamics information up the line, it doesn't care. It just plays at full volume all the time.
Well, like the original Mini Brute sends aftertouch, but not to itself. It's just a MIDI out thing.
Yeah. Well, that's possible. I think that. So all of these little nuances that, remember, we used to just deal in pianola rolls, note on, note off information. And then you could have monophony or polyphony. And that was it. And that's what it was designed around. And now we are pushing so much data around those hubs and so much data between devices, and we're hitting 40-year-old devices with MIDI and expecting it to work. Something's going to give. I'm not being a pessimist here. I'm just saying that's the nature of systems that have components that are more than 7 years apart in vintage, that you find that the rule of thumb used to be that any software-hardware combination that had any component that was more than 7 years older than any other component would start to show signs of stress fractures. And I think that system's wisdom is going to come more and more into our music scenarios, that we're going to need diagnostic tools to be able to sniff out problems. Anyway, that's my boring piece of
my
soapboxing.
My Korg TR rack did not like my RD1000. You know, like every time I would do, you know, even something like that, TR rack would go, oop, error, and then it freezes, and then I got to turn it off. I think it was all the all notes off messages that it was getting, too.
Yeah.
But at the time, I had no way to monitor.
SCSI. There's Voodoo with all that stuff. So.
The other thing we don't think about is we used to get plain note off messages, and then manufacturers decided they were going to issue a note off as being a note on plus a 0 volume. And then that then halved the polyphony of some devices effectively, because it was so busy trying to assign 0 volume note on messages to one of the voices internally that it would handle it, but it would cut the polyphony in half. So, and it was an issue on some of the sequences I had and some of the devices I had that would just shit themselves fairly quickly in that setting. So we've got to start thinking about what we're actually doing and not just trusting it's all going to work, because we're going to reach a critical mass with rigs, and it won't happen with most people now, but down the track you'll find some people, or more and more people, will encounter the problem as they acquire their 15th library and their 500th external drive and their 400th soft synth with bells and whistles and their 500 track multi-track recorder in their door. You know, all of this all requires on messages, and that's going to tax things. The other thing I thought about too is that when we have devices that are digital and they're trying to cope with, like USB, for example, can only ultimately pay attention to one stream at once. I know you can multiplex it. I know it's fast, but so in order for it to pay attention to one stream, it kind of has to ignore the other streams or delay them. So you wind up with distortion. So whether that's not audio analog distortion, it's a digital distortion effectively. It's the same thing if you try and use an old Yamaha MEP4, one of the MIDI processing racks. I've got one up there that I could never get to work properly just because of all of this MIDI speed internally. It wasn't coping with all of the stuff that was being thrown at it. So we've got to have, I think, the standard, it's time the standard will have to be of a certain sort of compliance level for everything to interact sensibly, or else we're just going to wind up chasing our tails more and more and more and more and more.
I need to explore my MEP4. I never really got into it.
I'll send you another one if you want to compare.
Well, I got it. I hooked it up to something because the MEP4 was there to solve an issue that we don't necessarily have anymore. But back then, obviously, it was an issue. So I just kind of messed around with it and just thought, it seems like a lot of hard work to achieve something I can do quite a lot easy with other things. But it was cheap, and it was black, and it had Yamaha on the front.
Yeah, I know.
So here's the monitor for Studio One. Now the problem with the Keylab is it'll also send Aftertouch even when I release. Which I don't know why it's doing that. So yeah. Doesn't really affect anything, but
Right, we're beginning to see semblances of something that I can put together to make a coherent studio at last. Would you believe it? Would you, Adam and Eve, laddie?
It'll never last.
You reckon?
Yeah,
I'll give it 2 weeks.
yeah. I'm migrating to valves, but the problem is that the Ukraine is one of the largest valve manufacturers in the Western world. So I've got a problem there.
Well, they're
But,
busy shooting Russians.
They're probably throwing valves at them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't.
The Russians go,
Luckily-
that would be useful in our tanks.
Luckily, Australia is so far behind on the release schedule that we don't have any problem with product leaks, because by the time I find out about it, it's 6 months after the rest of the world's been playing with it anyway. It also denies me a viable YouTube market, so that's the other thing. That you can't demonstrate something that Alex Ball's had for 12 years. He did a very nice that Polymode demo he did with the Polymode keyboard and the Polymode proper.
Yeah.
He did released in the last 24 hours as well. Worth visiting. It's a good piece of production. It's a lovely demo, and he does a good job with those.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it wasn't involved in that.
But it actually highlight that, because each note has its own little card with VCA and VCF on it, that it did highlight the fragility of that thing. You can imagine dropping that from 2 feet and all the cards bouncing out. And
those cards would come out if you picked it up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You just
because the whole thing would
flex,
twist,
yeah,
and the cards would pop out. But those actual ICs, you cannot get them. Just cannot get them. And they go quite often.
There must be a way. I don't know, maybe I'm just pontificating, but there must be a way to replicate some of this technology. They did it with things like the Poly 61 and built different voices cards, and they've done it with the Jupiter 106s, Juno 106s. Sorry, they put the new voice cards together to that. And then obviously people have ways of reconstructing a 3109 chip or a BA664 chip. There has to be some technology out there which could mimic those.
There is, I would imagine, and it'd be easy to like remanufacture them. It's just that the cost of manufacturing
exceeds the demand.
Yeah, you gotta have a
big
big
sales is very low. It's very low.
Yeah, no,
I
get that.
when old Analog Renaissance did the VCF VCAs for the 106, you could understand it because you couldn't fart in any direction without hitting a 106. They were everywhere. Don't do that again, Robbie. Is that your super duper hub?
No,
it's been electrocuted.
Yeah. Oh,
no,
That's his MIDI diagnostic.
it's that bloody thing again, isn't it?
I think I figured out what it is.
Go on.
Hang on.
Fire. Oh, there you go.
It only happens.
Yeah.
All I was doing there. So KX88 off.
Yeah.
KX88 on. And it's not going to do it now.
No.
There's a current draw from it.
Mains cable.
It's a current draw issue. Yep. Check your IEC end and check your plug in the floor.
Yeah.
Is that one of those damn Yamahas with a permanent cable you can't unplug it?
No, it's an IEC 10, 2-pin.
There's something.
It's a 2-pin, yeah.
Because you can hear the
I see.
crackling. There is something loose, or not making a very clean contact.
Hang on a minute.
But isn't the corollary that the power supply caps may be at fault? Getting splashback?
Not turning it on and off straight away. Could they still be charged up?
I know
I'm
what
talking
it
about a
is.
discharge.
Yeah.
I know what it is. Yeah, it's not doing it now.
Go on.
This has got the KX88 has got slightly dodgy MIDI connection. The MIDI output has got a slightly it's loose. It's,
wobbly. Yeah.
You have to wiggle it
Oh, okay.
just a little bit. And I've just unplugged the MIDI.
Yeah.
And I'll plug it in again. And I bet you.
A happy go.
Oh, it doesn't do it there. But every time, only when I plug the MIDI in do I hear a click. That's very odd. I need to open this little girl up and check that MIDI connection. We think. Vintage gear.
It's almost a Vox Humana.
Yeah. I know what it is. I'm just not going to say anything.
I'm not in the loop, so it doesn't worry me if I guess it. It'd be
Yeah, then you're good.
naive, like most of my other comments.
Okay, were you bringing in those strings with pressure, or did you have another keyboard I can't see?
Pedal.
Oh, pedal, nice.
Yeah. Pedal.
Sounded good.
I wanted to try and
Let's
use
get some
two
MIDI-fied,
different-
MIDI-fied
two-
Taurus pedals.
Yeah. Try and get two expression pedals, but on the same channel, but work independently, and it worked. Yay!
One thing I thought of doing for the Bark project with the Moog was getting a mini tour and putting it in as a substitute bass voice instead of having it throwing an expensive synth at it. But they just don't have the same bass end as the big boys. They've got this a bit more fizzy and a little less
Yeah.
solid. Yeah, it's like the high pass filters in there somewhere.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be much getting away from it. It's the one weak spot in digital is just getting that little bit extra bass, deep bass that you can get from the analogs. But it won't be long before they can. You know.
Well, I mean, the other thing is that if you look at the way other manufacturers have solved that problem, Dave Smith Instruments had the Mofo and they had the sub oscillators put on it, which was a simple way that people could get that really, earth-shattering bass happening an octave or 2 octaves below the fundamental. And
Well, it's funny, Prophet 8 didn't have it. They had it when they put the Tetra.
No, but the same voice cards virtually were in the Mofo, and they had that add-on, which makes them a totally different beast.
Totally, yeah, it's great.
For bass work, it's almost worth using that for substitute for with the Moog as sort of a synchronous sort of deeper bass sound. If you're going to rattle the rafters, you may as well do it properly. I expected Michael McDonald to come in singing then. It was almost one of those moments.
I was just about to say, did you watch that Rick Beato?
Yes.
That was very good.
Oh, so good. So good.
Yeah.
There we go. There's a copyright strike.
Yeah, real.
That when he did that on that rose, he was just doing. Oh fuck! It's just. And
I've got a Mark I sitting in the garage, and when I get it out, that's the first thing I
That
play.
piano sounded so good. Oh.
Yeah, mind you, his Rhodes has been tricked up to the nines. I mean, to get my old 50-year-old Mark I to that level, I'm going to have to spend about $5,000 on it, just in felts, and dampers and bushings and pickups and tines and basically replacing the guts of it completely.
Yeah.
And they're not easy to move around. You know, I find that wrestling one of those is a bit like dancing with the wife. It just, you struggle.
Yeah, no.
And Robbie's been to the club. He knows what happens between.
No, one of those
dessert
probably
and coffee.
weighs as much, maybe if not a little more, than my RD1000 in its case.
Yeah, here's an idea for you, and there are some drummers amongst us. My brother was playing drums for a tea dance, and he's saying, I always have trouble just judging quite the tempo to work at to make sure I'm in the right tempo for the type of dance, whether it be a cha-cha or a two-step or a modern waltz or a Pride of Erin or anything like that. And the band conductor's response was priceless. He said, look for the biggest woman in the room and time your drumming to her dancing. And that's the tempo to adopt. And thereafter he did that, and everything went smooth as silk. We were very popular on the tea dance, ballroom dancing circuit as a live outfit because we had the repertoire, but because the tempos were always exactly where they needed to be.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to bid you fond adieu at this stage. It's getting late there, but it's certainly getting later in the morning here. So we're almost at 10 a.m. Time for breakfast and coffee and medication. And back, a bit of transcription for a Friday. I hope you have a good weekend.
Good to see you, Steve. Catch you later.
Tune in for PSN. I'll have to do that. That will be worthwhile this week. You've got a guest, Robbie, on PSN this week.
We've got Alex Ball.
Yeah, we're slumming it.
That will be magnificent, just because
40 minutes of Alex Ball. I can say that because we recorded the interview yesterday because he's not available tomorrow.
It's still a wonderful thing to have.
It's
a
coffee break.
Yeah, we're literally just going to put our feet up for 40 minutes and just hit play.
I'm going to go wash the car.
Yeah.
That's right. That's where the thing freezes and you've got the slideshow for 40 minutes and come back and go, uh-oh.
Yeah.
But, you can go and have that big shit of the day that you need around about that time, innit?
Well, if you can't find a big shit, you've always got me. Anyway, on that note, I'll catch up with you later, gentlemen. Have a good one. Take care. Bye.
Well, I got to teach a piano lesson tomorrow, so I got to figure out when to time that.
It's not bad, is it?
Which roads is that?
This is an old UVI, acoustic samples library. It's called Mark 79.
Okay.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's quite lightweight as well. Just works in Falcon.
Give me a slap up in the 4th octave area. Yeah.
That's with a bit of distortion. I take the distortion off. Whack up the release volume.
Oh yeah, it's got the
yeah. You can hear
pedal
the
volume. Where's my pedal?
Oh yeah.
Turn the vibrato off.
I had a little sweetheart on here somewhere. See if I can find it. Oh, here we go.
You got acoustic volume as well, so you can hear the.
Oh, nice.
No, that one's broken. That time's cracked, mate. Yeah, so
Sounds like every other one you play in a music store.
Yeah.
Or it gets modded.
What one's that?
That's Scarby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't beat a bit of Scarby, lass. I think it's the breakfast one. Where's the core power one? Is that it? Is it? Oh no, this is Dreamizer.
Yeah, this one is.
Let's have a look. Where's the? There should be a power core one. Where is it?
Let's see. This one is.
Power core, come on. We wait for you with bated
That one. That's like my go-to for anything Rhodes. So good.
Oh, that's big. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Go now, go over there.
That's the Arturian one.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Is it the V2 or the V3?
It's the latest one, yeah. Whatever it is. 73V.
It's probably the V2.
Yeah, I think that's they've only done 2, haven't they?
Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking they did 3. Maybe I'm thinking of Piano V.
Yeah.
Is it available?
Oh. This one. This one's Air Velvet. It takes a little bit of tweaking, but it's okay. Just the interface is like super small on my 4K screen. Oh, what other ones do I?
No.
There's Pepe Le Pew.
I tell you what, you wouldn't believe it. I got this. Oh, when did I think it was on special offer. I got it ages ago, right? And it's the Spaghetti Western Library, right? And it's just all the Morricone
Yeah.
spaghetti sounds, the choirs, and all the rest of it, right? And I thought, yeah, okay, I'll have a go at some of this. And it
Is that the
was-
one Ty was talking about a while back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you mess with it, and you get that Morricone sound very, very quickly and very, very easily. Too easily. So it's illegal. It shouldn't be allowed.
Got to make that Charles Bronson face when you do the harmonica part.
Yeah. Looks to me like you brought one too many. Or is it two too many in it? Oh, I know what that's screaming out for. Where is it?
Oh, wrong one.
Oh, what you found? So you reckon it's this MIDI then?
It seems okay now, but yeah, it might be that, or it might just be the power cord. I've got a brand new one that I used to use from a DX5, which is the same as that. It's an IEC10, which is like rectangular with two flat pins. For some reason, Yamaha went through a stage of using those instead of the...
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
The other ones. But I've got a decent cable, so I'll change that over and see if that makes a difference.
There we go.
Paste, register, there we go. There we go.
Right. It seems to fit in there okay.
Now where is it? Where is it? There you go. You're talking about Morricone stuff.
Yeah. Black always there.
I love that sound.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, you're not hearing that, are you?
No, Paul, I don't have a Nord. I've never liked them.
Not a Nord guy, huh?
No. I've tried. I can't get along with them. So the last one I played was 2 years ago at Soulfest 22, and it was a last minute, Christian music festival. I was with another artist, and we just did a set on one of the side stages, and we got one of the artists on the main stage had to cancel, so we got an impromptu set on the main stage. It was like a half an hour.
Yeah.
So, and it was right after our set over on one of the side stages. So as soon as we got done there, we had to tear down and basically get over to the main stage, which is maybe about like a couple 300 feet away. So I had my Modi X7, which had all my sounds and stuff in it, but I figured just to save time, I told the assistant that this artist and I had, I told him, let those guys know that I'll just use their backline board just to save time with having to set up, because we're finishing up the set. And it was a Nord Stage 2. Yeah. And I could not get a sound out of that instrument that I liked.
Huh.
I like that. Yeah, I like the Yamaha pianos, like the ones in the montage, and I'm interested to try the new ones out. But I've always liked the CFX sample. It cuts when you want it to cut, and it's mellow when you want it to be mellow. I really don't have to do anything with it.
Yeah.
I could not get that sound out of the Nord at all. And I didn't like the action on it. The action was like a modded Fatar TP100 something. But I've never liked the way that they bottomed out at all. And especially after I've had carpal tunnel surgery in 2018, my hands have not been the same. I've mentioned that before. So my hands cannot tolerate probably many weighted actions. But if my church winds up going with, and I think, and I hope they are, going with the M8X, that being a new action, like, I'm really interested to try it out.
Oh, yeah.
Every review that I've read said, oh, it's a noticeably, it's weighted, it's got a weighted feel to it because it's a hammer action, but it's noticeably light than even the GHS actions that's in the Modi X, the CK88, and all that stuff. So I'm really interested because maybe we might have an instrument here at church that I can actually finally play.
Yeah, because I mean, this compared with, say, the SL88.
Right.
Oh, it's a joy. The SL88, I mean, it's like moving paving slabs.
Oh, yeah, gosh.
Yeah, it's really, really a heavy action.
Yeah, I had the Keylab 88, the original one, that also had a FTAR action. I'm pretty sure that SL88's got one, too. Studio Logic, I mean, I'm pretty sure they've put FTAR actions in their stuff.
Is that tape deck broken then, Rob?
Oh, Wagyu.
Just trying to get that bit out of yeahs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wagyu, I'm sure you're kidding, but that's not usually always the case.
What is that last?
Yeah, no, Azio, I just didn't like the way it sounded. And honestly, I find that they're a little bit overpriced for what they are. Like, I can't spend $6,000 on a keyboard that does like 3 things. If I'm gonna spend $6,000 on a keyboard, I'd go for a Cheetos too. Well, the other thing with the Nords, too, is their split points are fixed. So you either go, C or F or C or F or C. What if I want to split somewhere between D and E flat or between G and A? You can't do that on a Nord. Not that I play much, splitting, but...
Yeah.
But I've always found that, as expensive as they are, I feel like that's one thing, and they're trying to do an all-in-one board. That's kind of one thing that they've overlooked.
There's a phaser for you.
I'm hearing that at the start of a song, and I've heard that song somewhere.
Go on.
12 stage in a drain pipe.
Yeah. I can't play it. I can't think of this. All I can think of is...
It's the Black Sabbath Bank.
Yeah. Azio, yes and no. Again, it depends on the size of the church. It also depends on whether, they own the building or they're renting the building. Sometimes it might be easier to go one way than the other. But, yeah, it depends.
made Tiny an offer.
Made who, what, where?
Tiny.
Oh, yes.
For his the Vangelis 80.
Right.
We'll see how that pans out.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because I think it'd be nice to play Vangelis things on
yeah.
actual Vangelis 80.
Exactly, yeah.
There we go.
No, normally I wouldn't be, too, because there are a few Vangelis 80s, but
Yes.
this is the Vangelis, the one that done all those albums I'm so into.
Yeah.
So, but I've got a horrible feeling I don't know how much he'll say. Maybe I'll just do all his work for him for nothing for the next 10 years or something. I don't know. Be worth it. To actually have that one.
Mm.
But because the other one he had, which was stuck in that yacht, he played it, but he didn't use it on any recordings, mainly because it was on a fucking yacht more than anything else. So, and there's been a couple of others along the way, but they were later. When he was doing more the, let's do something that can get in the charts kind of stuff.
Mm.
And but to have the one that he had right up until, well, just before, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think what the one he was it Albedo or something like that? It's definitely in there with the Blade Runner. So it's the actual 80 that did it. It's like, yeah. Not the sound, the equipment that was used, But, may have to sell everything. I'll just have an 80. That's it. No, can't afford cables or anything, just the 80.
Yeah, just sit there and look at it.
Just stay and go, would be lovely.
Certainly would.
Oh. Because he's thinking of selling it, and I'm going, because once it's gone,
Yeah, nobody's going to be selling that again.
Yeah, or if they are, it's going to be how much? So, but it's funny because although a lot of people are now starting to fall out or out of love with the old analog stuff, and it's understandable, totally understandable. I get it. Hell, I'm along with them in certain respects. But I think they can be emulating the CS80 until the cows come home, but they're not going to quite get there. Full on, sort of like, that's it, there. You get it damn close in places, but not right across the board. So that's where it all gets a little... It's weird because, like you say, I mean, the brass sound is probably one of the easiest sounds to do on it.
Yeah.
And it's one of the easiest sounds to copy. But when you start getting to guitar 1 and 2 and stuff like that, no, doesn't, not even close.
No.
So, although they did vary from 80 to 80, but they all fell roughly within a certain, parameter extremes. So. But there you go.
dentist. Why did I make my dentist appointment for 9 o'clock in the morning?
You're an idiot.
Yeah. What a dick.
See, Acer still wants Profit 5, right?
Yeah, I do. I know that feeling.
But the Profit 5 to have is the Rev 2, but by God, at the same time, you do not want one.
No.
And I think the modern variant of it is fine, absolutely spot on. It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, it was Curtis when it was Rev 3, so, and they're using Curtis in it. What's to go wrong? You know. But the SSM ones were special, but by God, they were a pain in the fucking arse. And now they're just enormously expensive to get any parts for. But they do sound special. They really do. Yeah. Go for the Rev 3. Not only will you save yourself a shitload of money.
Get Rev 4.
Oh, a Rev 4. Yeah, a Rev 4 is
Yeah.
fine. Absolutely fine.
And you get a warranty.
Probably save even more.
Yeah. Get the Profit 10.
No,
Rev
don't
4
get a
Profit
Profit.
10. No, the Rev 4 Profit 10.
No, the Rev 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But, no, it's one of those few machines where if even an analog snob walked into somebody's studio and they had a Rev 4 on the wall, they go, no, that's okay. That doesn't trigger me.
Yeah.
It's one of those, you know, as opposed to seeing the Behringer one up there or something. And go, oh, fucking hell. That kind of thing. So.
Yeah, what was I thinking the other day? I think I was looking at the Luma one again and thinking,
Right.
four and a half grand. Who would spend $4,500 on a drum machine?
Yeah, well, spend $4,500 on a fucking keyboard.
Well, quite. And then
really.
then I started thinking, well,
and then spend 2 hours trying to get it to talk via MIDI.
yeah. But isn't it funny how you see something like $4,500, you think that's a heck of a lot of money.
Yeah.
But it's
Are you
the
getting a
best
heck
thing.
of a lot of synth?
You're getting a heck, yeah.
Then,
And then I started thinking about all the other things that I could buy for that money. If this is assuming I had that money in my hand, which I don't. And it's funny, isn't it, how some things you almost wouldn't think twice about spending a significant amount. I mean, not necessarily $4,500, $5,000, but even if it was like 50 quid or 100 quid. What is it about? Like, I don't think twice about spending money on certain things, but other things I will pontificate and sit there sort of humming and hawing and yet I'll try to think of an example. Like, all right, so let's just say, here's a good example. Peter Gabriel, right? His latest album, they released it they announced the super box set, which I think was about 130 quid or something.
Okay.
Like I just hit buy. I didn't even. There was no thought process. It's Peter Gabriel's new album. It's the Whiz Bang edition with everything in it. Buy, done. But if you then said to me, I need you're going to spend that like 140, 130 quid on, I don't know, a new set of saucepans because you've got no saucepans. I'd be like thinking, do I want to spend 130 quid on a new set of saucepans? Can I not get that for 50 quid? Is there not a simple... It's just weird.
Well, yeah, because
priorities.
sometimes there is, isn't it? But it's like Fiona has got a small stone frying pan.
Mm-hmm.
And then she got this other one later on, which is much bigger, big enough for, it's a good size one. But it was stone covered, for want of a better word.
Right.
Rather than a stone one. And she goes, do you know what? I just don't like it. She goes, but the other one was so expensive. I said, well, you probably should have got that because you've got that now, which is like, half. It was half the value, but it's half the money that you have to find again to get the
Yeah.
get the thing that you did want.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, when you sit and think about, you know, you're going to buy a piece of equipment for the studio or something like that, and it costs a prohibitive amount of money, and you go, I can't spend that on one thing, but you don't balk at spending maybe more than that on all the other little things, you know, because all these cables and boxes and doobies and whatnots and stuff that you buy in support of the gear,
Yeah.
in some respects, end up costing more than the fecking machine you play.
Yeah.
That you will sit there and go, yeah, but can I really justify spending that much money on that? But
Yeah.
don't. But then you go to Amazon and spend, you know, a little bit, but you do it every night, and the next thing you go, Jesus Christ, I spent 1,400 quid there this
Yeah.
month, but you didn't notice, you know, over
That's
the
it.
head.
It's
So
like, you know,
it adds
I
up.
bought that Peter Gabriel box set. Yeah, I need another external drive, but I'm sat here thinking, do I? Actually, I really do. But it's spending 150 quid on a little thing that will just sit at the back there, and I'll not really notice it. It just, you know, exists and it does its job. And
Yeah.
I will sit here for a week or two thinking about, you know, how much should I get this one? Should I get the cheaper one? But there are other things that cost the same or more that I just don't even. It's like no brainer. I just boom, buy it, done. It's like Pet Shop Boys, their new album. I go on the website and I see that they're doing, you know, the deluxe package thing, which got the CDs and the vinyl and the cassette and book and all this kind of thing. And it's just like, well, that's it. It's Pet Shop Boys.
Yeah.
Don't question it. And yet, you know, I look at some concert tickets that are about the same price and go, no, I'll think of an excuse not to spend that money. I see. I bought some tickets to go and see Fish. Right, so he's retiring. This is
Yeah.
it. This is out. He's
Oh,
had enough.
He's retiring again.
No, he's absolutely retiring. He's doing
Okay.
a farewell tour. God knows how many farewell tours I've been to, and the bastards have carried. Tina Turner. I went to see Tina Turner in, I don't know, early 90s. This was her farewell tour. She carried on for another 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
Whatever. Level 42, I went to see them on their farewell tour.
It's like Journey
still-
are touring
Still going
the UK.
today. Yeah,
Journey, are you current?
Yeah.
I think they finished at the O2.
But so Fish announces this tour, and it's not a massive tour. He's doing Europe, and then he's coming to the UK, and he's starting in Scotland, in his like where he lives at the moment, and then he's working his way around the UK, and then he's gone back up, and he's finishing in Glasgow. Now he's Scottish, he's a legend. It's just like, yeah, where else are you going to play your final ever live gig? You finish in your home city, where
Yeah.
you're born and raised. The tour has sold incredibly well. At least half the venues, I think, have sold out, and others have. Yeah, and the tickets only went on sale last week or something. So, in sort of tried and tested fashion, they add some dates because that's what you do. And he added 2 or 3 dates, one of which was after the last Glasgow gig. So the Glasgow gig was something like the 9th of April or whatever. So he's added one more on the 10th. And all the people that bought tickets for the 9th, well, I say all the people, a lot of people that bought tickets for the 9th are now absolutely fuming because they thought they'd bought tickets to Fish's last ever gig. But now it's the penultimate gig because they've added this new one on the 10th, and he's coming in for huge amounts of stick, which is mental.
But what? See,
The entitlement is just.
well, the
insane.
people that bought the tickets for the one before the final one.
Well, no, they thought they'd bought it for the final one.
Yeah.
Now it's not the final one because they've added an extra date because of demand.
But it is the final one that they will see.
Exactly. It
Regardless.
doesn't matter.
Like any purchase, you're never guaranteed.
No.
Yeah.
And he said, look, you know, he's come out all guns blazing because he doesn't give a shit. And he said, you know, I'd rather if you're that pissed off that you bought tickets for what you thought was the last gig that now is the penultimate gig, fucking get a refund. I don't want you there. So fair enough, you know. I mean, I'm going to see him in Cambridge. I actually said to Jackie, I said, oh, it would be good though, wouldn't it, to see the last one, go to Glasgow, his home city. You know, the place would be buzzing. That'd be an amazing gig. But we thought, that's Glasgow, you know, it's a day to get there and a day to get back. So we're going to see him in Cambridge. You know, so I can jump in the car, it's 40 minutes away. Not his last ever gig, but it's his last ever tour, and I'll be happy to have seen Fish on his last ever tour.
Well, you imagine if one of those people who thought they'd bought the ticket for the very, very last, you know, his last appearance and all the rest of it, and then bump into him in Tesco's and they're going, oh, fuck, man, I thought I was never going to see you again. Fuck. Yeah. Turn the other way,
Oh, dear.
Mind you, it's always a bad time. If you go to see, like, a metal band and they're all balls, it's like, no, stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
Shake that wig. Yeah.
There are some acts that I just think, oh, really? Are you still trying to... it's like, I wanted to go and see Fleetwood Mac, right? Some years ago, must have been, I don't know, about 10, 15 years ago. Christine McVie got back with the band, and so it was the classic Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
So Christine, John, Mick, Lindsay, and Stevie. Who I would... Oh, Stevie Nicks. Oh. Anyway,
Down, boy.
So I thought, this could potentially be the last time that they tour. And I just bought Depeche Mode tickets, which were not cheap. And then I went onto the website to buy Fleetwood Mac tickets, and they were twice what Depeche Mode were. And I was like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. So they did the tour, and I didn't see it. And then they kicked Lindsay out of the band. And I was like, oh, no, they'll never do it again. They'll never tour again. And then Christine dies. And that was it. I mean, at least Lindsay has a chance of going back. They'll never get Christine McVie back.
Yeah, no.
So I refuse to go and see, because they did a tour with him out of Crowded House, Neil Finn, standing in for... And some guy out of Tom Petty's band.
Mike Campbell, probably.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And I was, no, it's not the same. It's just not the same. I'd rather... Stevie Nicks is actually playing Hyde Park this summer. I'd rather go and see her solo act.
Yeah.
I had a dream about her the other night. Weird.
I tell you what, though. When I used to watch Depeche Mode, I never for a second envisaged they would be doing tours 40 odd years on.
I know. See, I gave them a swerve this year because the tickets were just so expensive.
Yeah.
And I've seen them 3 or 4 times. And every time I've seen them, it's pretty much the same show. They've tweaked the lights and the projections on the back are different. But it's pretty much the same show. And Dave Garn now... I'll say this because Matt's not here. He'll probably watch this tomorrow, and then he'll ping me and say, "What the fuck?" Dave Garn has become almost like a cabaret Dave Garn.
Okay.
He's kind of it's almost like he's gone all Mick Jagger, and it doesn't sit right, and so I'm quite happy not to ever see them again because I've seen them. And I've seen them a few times, and they've not really been much different either time. So I'm, Asio had.
Remember when the Who was traveling through here many years ago, and there's the tour John Entwistle died on.
Oh right.
Just before they played the local Shoreline Theater in Mountain View, actually, he died on the tour. And people thought that was their last tour anyway because they're getting so old and stuff. And then I ended up seeing Daltrey and Townsend as the Who, like 10 years later after that.
Oh yeah.
So I wonder if we'll ever see the Reverend Richard Coles ever playing a DX7 again.
I'd pay good money go and see a Communards reunion. They were
Yeah, but
great.
he's got to do it with the dog collar on.
Yeah, and
Got to
nothing
do
else.
it. Got to do it with the dog collar on. He's got to do it.
He's quite funny. I follow him on Twitter. He's one of the ones I do follow.
He's hilarious.
He is. He's very funny. Yeah, I saw John Lydon. Well, I saw Pill 2 or 3 years ago. No, it was pre-COVID, or was it post-COVID? I can't remember. He got the stinking flu, and he walks on stage with a bottle of Jack Daniels or something, and he just announces to the crowd in this. I mean, obviously, John Lydon doesn't sing. You know, he
Yeah.
and he just says, "Oh, I've got the fucking flu, but you've all paid good fucking money to come and see Public Image, so we're gonna fucking see." And he did. And it was incredible. It was a great show. And so I can tick that box because I never said I was a little too young to see the Pistols live.
Yeah.
By the time they imploded.
Yeah, it didn't really last that long, did they?
No.
Mind you, it couldn't have done.
Nah.
Such a volatile setup.
It was, yeah. It wasn't a band in the traditional sense of a band. It was a it was an art project more than anything else. You know.
Yeah.
They were a manufactured band in kind of the truest sense of the word. You know, McLaren put them together because they were just waifs and strays that were, you know, Matlock worked, I think, in the shop. Lydon frequented it, as oh god, his name's just got Steve.
Yeah.
Stole from the shop.
Yeah.
And yeah, Malcolm and Paul Cook was just hanging around with Steve, and so they just put them all together or something. And then when McLaren met Sid, he thought, no, he's way better than Glenn Matlock, who was the talented musical one.
Yeah.
Steve Jones had a few chops, but and in fact, when they made the album, there were only a 3-piece. Paul Cook on drums, Steve Jones did both guitar and bass on the album, and Johnny did the lyrics. But of course, that was after they'd sacked Matlock. I think Matlock played on a few of them, but it was mostly Steve Jones. And then they got Sid in, who didn't know how to play bass, and Adamant taught him how to play bass, or taught him the rudimentary bits. But it was punk. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know, who cares if you're playing the right notes? You've got to look good, you know, or look right.
I must admit, I wasn't taking an awful lot of notice of punk. Punk appealed to me after the fact. But then there was a lot of genre of music that would come out that I'd go, oh God, and then be absolutely, completely in love with it 10, 20 years later. But one guy that I took to immediately was Ian Jury.
Oh God, yeah.
Straight out the gate. Ian Jury and the Blockheads, mate. It was just like,
I mean, Jesus. I mean, he was a poet, an absolute poet.
wasn't he just?
But the band, they were funky as hell. I mean, they were tight as a nun's chuff.
Yeah. When you listen to some of those singles back, and you're going, fucking hell.
They were absolute. And
They
they're a multicultural
really knew their
band.
chops.
Yeah. And they're one of the. I mean, they were used on so many different records that, you know, they did a version of Relax at Trevor Horn's behest because he was, you know, trying to get that worked out, and he got the Blockheads in. I've got they put that mix out on a box set, and it, whilst it's not Frankie, it's funky. It's really good, you know. They're a hell of a band. Chaz and Dave. Now there's a couple of people that you would not have down as being, you know, great musicians, but they're both session guys.
Yeah. And
they played on Labi Siffre's track, which then got sampled by Eminem. You know that Roads Break, do-do-do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, Justin. Go on.
Oh, I gotta pull up my.
Oh, you let me down. You let me down. But yeah, that
keep playing.
break, that
That's
break
gonna sound-
that got made so famous in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
It's Chaz and fucking Dave. That's it.
Yeah.
It's Chaz and fucking Dave.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, it's mind blowing. I mean,
Speaking
Justin
of punk, I
probably
saw the
doesn't even know who
Ramones
Chaz
in the
and
late
Dave are.
'80s at a local club in San Jose, and in typical punk fashion, they played most of the repertoire at double speed that night. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a lot of bands coming out. There was a lot of experimentation going on. 79 to 81, sort of.
79 was one of the greatest years in music.
Wasn't it just?
So much. I mean, punk was dead. The so-called new wave was coming in, and what would then become known as post-punk, which is a pretty lame definition, but yeah, it
Heart
came
of Glass
after
is
punk.
79, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Blondie. Oh.
But if you look at the variety, the extremes,
Yes. Yeah, total extreme.
and all of it was so good. All of it was new and exciting.
Well, you
and-
could listen to the top 40 and you would hear 40 different genres of music.
Yeah.
Right across the board. You know?
I did this post today because there was some of these groups or things that I follow on Facebook were saying, oh yeah, 40 years ago today, this was released, or 40 years ago today, that was released.
Yeah.
40 years ago today, on the 7th of March, 41 years ago, on the 7th of March, 1983, New Orders, Blue Monday, was released. Tears for Fears, The Hurting, was released, the album.
Great album.
And Bananarama, Deep Sea Skiving.
Mm-hmm.
All released and it was just like, you listen to all three of those things, they're all amazing records, all completely different. You've got this kind of slice of electronic heaven, and then you've got Tears for Fears, all sort of teenage angsty, but guitars and a few synthesizers and wailing and stuff. And then you've got Bananarama, who are just basically having fun,
And
for me, that was what pop music was about back then. It was like everything was different, but everything was good.
Yeah.
Nowadays, also, pop music, shall I say, what is referred to as pop music, is generally all sounds the same.
Well, it's sort of like two genres, really, isn't it? There's sort of like the insipid love song thing, and then there's sort of like this sort of like dancey, rappy stuff kind of thing, from what I'm hearing, anyway. But definitely a lot of what they call the four chord.
Yeah.
Do the four chords. Yeah, do it again. Yeah, now do it again. No, I'm a fan of the four chord. Do it over and over. But you progress from one place to another with it. You don't just play the same four chords over and over and over and over fucking again. You actually go somewhere with it. Whether
So
it's-
I listen to Six Music in the morning,
yeah.
and I hear music. I only have it on for an hour, and I hear more good music in that 1 hour than I'll hear if I listen to Radio 1 or, the pop stuff. Your Taylor Swifts and Billie Eilish's and all that other stuff which doesn't really appeal to me. There's a few good things here and there, but it seems now that there are two branches. There's pop music, and then there's music.
Everything else.
Yeah, everything
Well,
else.
it's sort of become the throwaway. There's no value to it, and it's here today, it's gone tomorrow, kind of thing. But there's always, I mean, back then there was, even if you didn't like the music, it stuck around. It had longevity
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
because it had more than one layer to it.
You could hear a couple of chords or the first verse, and you knew exactly who it was, and it was just different from everything else.
Yeah.
Every week, something would come out that was different from the thing that happened the week before, and there were bands with unique identities musically and stylistically.
Oh
you know,
God, yeah.
It was.
Do you remember? I can't remember. Was it 1980? Something like that. 79, 80. Rock Around the Clock came out. Telex.
Oh,
Remember that?
yes.
Just
Yeah,
singing through into a vocoder.
Yeah.
And it was like,
Let me see.
and it was like, my God. And do you know, I listened to it and I went, okay. But after the second, third time I heard it, and it was just like, yeah.
I mean, even
I get
Laurie
it.
Anderson. Oh, Superman.
Yeah. Oh, super.
78 was Telex.
Yeah.
Was it 78? Good
Yep.
God.
But like, I remember hearing "Oh Superman" when it first came out, and was thinking, "That's weird. That's different." Didn't really get it,
Yeah.
but it was the very fact that it was weird and different, and it went to number one,
Yeah.
and it lasted 8 minutes, and it was basically,
Every now and again,
yeah. And of course,
We
now
got
I
Imogen
appreciate-
Heap's Hide and Seek, which is a keyboard-controlled harmonizer, just her
Exactly,
voice.
yeah.
yeah.
But there were these extremes, and yet they were still. Nowadays, it's all got to be, it's done to a formula. There are certain trends in.
Yeah.
What was that one? A while
Those
back.
four chords. That's it.
But the millennial whoop.
Oh,
was a
Jesus.
thing. Like
Yeah.
every song for like 10 years had this little thing in it. and
Remember Tarzan Boy?
Yeah. Well, Tarzan, but at least Tarzan
Fortunately,
Boy
no.
was-
It was one of the original millennial whoops.
Yeah.
Baltimora.
Well, you can't assign it as a millennial. You can't retrospectively assign that stuff. But
I know, but it's where the first bands to really use that sound. It later became millennial whoop.
But I honestly believe it goes beyond, old curmudgeonly git.
oh yeah,
I honestly believe it goes beyond that. I don't think it's because I got old. I think there is something to it.
no, because my kids. I mean, Luca's 18. My daughter's nearly 21, and they reject all of that stuff. They
Yeah.
don't listen to the pop music that it's aimed at their age group. They just don't. They reject it. There seems to be. It's weird. And then I read a story today about this Korean all-girl band. They have the trend, don't they, for these all-girl or all-boy bands? And she announced that she was in a relationship with this Korean actor, and the fans have gone mental. They're laying siege to her house. They're not allowed to have relationships. Their whole image is based on being romantically attainable, and that's pop music today.
Like me.
Never,
Permanently.
never. Where is my talk to my?
Oh, you mean that K-pop star who apologized because she got a boyfriend?
Yes. Yeah. She had to make a groveling apology to
That's
the
so
fans.
funny.
Because
What's the one that looks like a
contractually
cat?
applied.
What's the one that looks like a cat? All the
Most of them.
wears prosthetics that makes her look like a cat.
Oh God.
She's some sort of rapper type thing.
I had to apologise for having a Range Rover.
Sorry.
Thought it belonged to Gary Glitter.
Yeah, but the whoop you make when you use that is way better than millennial whoop. So
Oh. Evening, gents.
Afternoon.
All right.
I knew that. Got some goodies for tomorrow night.
Mostly feet up tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm washing the car.
Hopefully, I time it right and get a piano lesson and teaching, not learning.
hey, if you do feet up, you can turn to a fetish channel with the OnlyFans.
Only you, Andy. Only you.
Oh, come on. You know Robert was thinking the same thing. At least I didn't talk about
Yeah.
dead bodies.
Well, not yet anyway.
My aversion to feet is enough for me to actually prefer dead bodies.
I had a girlfriend who was like that about feet. I mean, sort of like, oh, take them away, take them away.
What?
Feet, no.
And that was her own feet.
Yeah, I don't even like my feet. But
No one likes your feet.
They
I
probably
can't
don't
see
like
I
you.
haven't seen my feet for 10 years.
Where did you leave them?
Underneath my cock somewhere. But
Yeah.
sorry.
Laugh almost bought.
Yeah, right. Massive.
What I don't get, he's got his dick in the exhaust of a Range Rover, and yet he's gone to the trouble of wearing a basque so he can look sexy for the Range Rover.
Exactly.
What
Style
the
is
hell?
Style is everything, Ken.
He's
you know.
versatile.
He's weird.
He'll get carbon poisoning doing that. When I grow up, I want to be a pencil.
Oh dear.
Don't look at me like that, woman.
Did any of you see
No, wasn't me.
what's David
Surcheck.
no
No.
guitarist
Hasselhoff.
Gilmore.
no works for the
Brubeck.
Embodied, just released some new albums with Bessel, that's him. Did you
Oh,
see
that's
his,
Vessel, yeah.
did you see his post about harmony and about people doing these courses online which were rubbish, and he'd spent 9 years learning it and he could teach someone it in about an hour? Did you see that post?
No.
No.
Well, he posted about this, and he said, I'll do it for 30 quid. I'll spend an hour with someone and just teach and distill my wisdom from 9 years of studying music formally into a 1 hour thing. And so I said, yeah, all right then. Like you do. It was fucking brilliant.
He's a good guy, is Dave.
Oh, and he didn't get into. I mean, we were able to talk music theory because I always thought I knew a lot about music, right? And he said, look, this isn't about music notes. This is about putting your fingers on the keyboard and just do what I show you. And I did, and it's blown my mind. It's the best, most valuable music lesson, probably the only music lesson I've ever had. And I've been doing this, I've been producing and working and arranging and doing this shit for years.
And appearing in Womack and Womack videos.
Yeah. Well, I was
And
I was
looking
good.
over, pretending you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
High
exactly.
fiving Bobby.
Go. What about
And
this?
that's kind of why. But no, it was extraordinary. It was absolutely extraordinary. One of those sort of worked there. Why didn't I know this shit? Really, 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 really good. Really good. So yeah, he's an absolute beaut. Is David?
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I interviewed him for Sand on Sand. And he was very gracious and accommodating.
Yeah.
Shit microphone, but yeah, other than that.
Yeah. Oh, his microphone. He was trying to show me this stuff. His camera was upside down on his keyboard, and his keyboard kept cutting out because it's got the Facebook algorithm, which doesn't allow him to play music and all that stuff. But I still, despite all of that, I learnt a huge amount that I'm beginning to just play around with now. It was a really, really, really useful thing. Eye-opening. Yeah.
Cool.
Revelatory.
Well, have him make it into a YouTube video.
Then I'd be stealing his learning.
No, not you, him.
Oh, he could, but he's just doing, he's just saying, pay me 30 quid for an hour and I'll show you. And I'm going to be spending a bit more time with him, I think, and just a couple of other things because I've still got a couple of questions, but worth every penny, worth every freaking penny and some. Yeah.
That could be interesting.
Yeah. Very, very, very interesting for anyone that likes, well, anyone. But if you're using keyboards particularly, yeah.
Right. Well, I'm going to have to go to bed because I've got to get up early and have my teeth drilled.
Oh, nice.
No.
Which teeth? What are you having done?
Having a filling repaired.
Oh, okay.
Yay. So yeah, it might actually be a good thing that we've got a 40-minute interview with Alex Ball tomorrow. No, hopefully it should have worn off by then. That's the only good reason I can.
Do you have anaesthetic for fillings?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh God, I can't bear fucking. Ugh. Ooh. No.
I don't anymore.
No.
So they're not going
to
split it up into 2 appointments where they give you a temporary filling for now?
No. There's half a filling still in there, but I've already had my first appointment.
Okay.
But that was about 6 months ago. And she said, oh, yes, we need to put a filling in there, make an appointment. I made an appointment. When's the next thing? Oh, it's not until March. This is back in like November.
Because you might find that what they need to do is drill out everything since and then put a temporary filling in and then get you back again for a proper filling afterwards.
Well, she said that she'd be able to do it. She said make sure they book a or whatever session it was. I don't know. So,
yeah.
She's gorgeous. I don't care.
She's not in K-pop, is she? She's not moonlighting.
They're all like Turkish or Spanish. The women tend to be all kind of from the Turkey area, and there's Mr. or Dr. Rodriguez, who all the girls love. Dr. Rodriguez. Even I thought he was a bit of a dish. So yeah, easy on
cross-platform then.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Easy on the eye. So yeah, I was
like
waiting.
Siri,
for
she's Greek.
Yeah. You got a right old menagerie there. Greek,
Is it Greek?
Spanish.
No, she's Cypriot. It's a Cypriot.
There's a difference.
A Cypriot breed, apparently.
A Greek Cypriot or a Turkish Cypriot?
Could be. I don't know. But basically, she's.
Don't want to get those two mixed up.
A Cypriot sheepdog.
Anyway, my daughter's been at karaoke tonight. I was waiting for her to come home.
Mm-hmm.
She said she was getting a lift and she'd be home by past, but she's not. She's a bit worried because she's got this thing about a bloke at work who apparently, got a thing about her, but they're sort of like, they're both a little bit shy. So they text a lot and talk a lot, and he gives her a lift home every now and again, but they're not actually together.
Right.
And there's another bloke at work who my daughter has known since she was about 2 years old. They went to school together, everything.
Yeah.
And he's now apparently professing his undying love for my daughter, and she doesn't really want. And she's now, I've got these.
No,
blokes.
she's known him too long.
Yeah, exactly. That's
He's a
exactly
mate.
what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I respect you as a friend, but I don't see you in that way.
Yeah.
So tonight was supposed to be sort of like a make or break night, and hopefully she'll get together with this Tom fellow, who's apparently a rather nice chap, and hopefully he'll hurry up and take her off my hands, if you know what I mean. So.
Is he a dentist?
No, he works he works in the co-op.
Okay. Can he get discount Mr. Kipling's French Fancies?
Ooh. Yeah, they all. My daughter does. Yeah.
Then
my daughter actually works in the bakery.
Well, there you go.
2 days a week there. So.
Oh, yeah, I'll go out with her then.
No.
If she can get discount, yeah. No, I don't have to do anything. Just hand over the cakes. I just want the cakes, mate.
I get that. I'll do the same. Yeah, I'll go out with it just for the cakes. I could do with the cakes.
About, fuck's sake.
I just want the cakes. I don't want anything else.
£3.50 a box for French Fancies now.
Bloody hell! My mum used to like French Fancies and the cakes.
Yeah. I must admit, I said to Fiona, I said, yeah, give me some French fantasies. And all this sort of thing. She goes, what, do you want the full costume or just the headgear? I went,
Just don't
Justin.
bring up
Yes.
the letters.
Justin, do you want to have cakes from Robbie's daughter?
Careful what you say.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No one mentioned
I was
muffins.
waiting to time that, just right.
Rightio.
no, actually,
Okay.
you're thinking of French ticklers.
They get stuck in the exhaust.
Hey, those can be fancy too, right?
They could be very fancy, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be 6 parts Egyptian. I don't know.
What?
Okay. Right.
I didn't read the script.
Okay. Good luck with the dentist.
Yeah. Cheers. And,
Yeah. In many ways.
Just make sure he doesn't say, "Is it safe?" Then you're okay.
Yeah.
Make sure it's not some guy in an alley. Hey, you got $20? I bite down on this rag. I can't have the neighbors calling the cops again.
Yeah, open your
And
mouth,
on
I'll
that
fill it.
There was too much knowledge.
Stop. Right.
Spit.
Spit. No, swallow. Yeah. Right. See you tomorrow.
I will see you later.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Some guy with a Makita drill kit that he bought at a pawn shop.
Yes, the
And
one.
it's not in very good shape.
But you gotta have that high-pitched whine. That's the classic.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone expects that.
It's got to be a single speed, too.
Yeah.
Some nice dental music there, Ken.
Yeah, very gently.
Prepared for torture music.
Absolutely.
They just play that Muzak stuff in the waiting room, just to try to relax you.
Nothing relaxes me at the dentist.
A really good fart does.
Well, eventually afterwards, anyway.
Yeah, makes me laugh.
Coffee and poison. Oh man. Yikes.
Makes the cats run away.
I'm not sure what kind of dentist you're going to, Wagyu, but they don't have those magazines at my dentist.
A copy of Boys.
That's when you do the exit stage left, zing, and fly out of the door. The Pink Panther, or whatever his guy's name is.
Dear.
There we go. Good.
Here she comes. Here she comes.
Actually, my grandfather was a dentist in the army, and I have some of his old tools. They're serious torture implements from back then.
Really?
Oh, it's fucking scary as hell. You look at these things. I use them for sculpting clay because they're great little tools for clay and stuff. But
You're breaking up, Andy.
sorry, I
When
got
I say-
a glitch on here somewhere.
Yeah.
It's the thought of all those tools.
I got too many things running.
Yeah, every
Yeah,
now
the
and again
tools,
you turn into a DJ set.
His tool torture kit, but at least he wasn't in the era of the pump drills. That would have been pretty awful.
Yeah. It's not that. Yeah, I can think of a few people I know, but not me, that would like a tool in their mouth. But I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
or a tool in the tailpipe.
Oui.
Tool in the tailpipe, that always works. That's always a jolly good thing.
Let's make sure it's cold.
Yes.
Smelly Belly. Yeah, come on in.
Yeah. Yes.
Nelly.
You put the man in exhaust manifold.
Oh. And you. My girls. My girls. Are you my girls?
Is that a Hydra, Justin?
Nope.
What is that?
A Keylab 61 Mark II controlling Arturia CS80 V4.
Very nice.
That it is.
I think that would make it better as if it had poly aftertouch.
Yeah.
But
Have you not got a Poly AT keyboard?
I did. I had the VFX, which unfortunately the poly aftertouch is not working. Because if I engage it, the entire keyboard crashes.
Oh.
Yeah, my TS10's Poly AT is not as good as it used to be, but it does work. But also the D50, which is later, was pretty rough as well. So, not later, maybe about the same time.
That was me playing a 80 and cutting out the middleman.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm beginning to understand why I can't get the bass end on the M8X, and in fact I can, but I just have to do the gain staging has to come right down all the way through first.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
And then I do and it is that thing of throwing in a separate, untreated, unfiltered sine wave.
Yeah.
And either of the same octave or an octave below of the whole thing.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's the same. On the 80, it's always going to be the same octave.
Yeah.
Because
when I do it,
because it's the same for your VCO.
Yeah, when I do it an octave below, it does get a bit sort of growly and a bit breaky up it. But you need to use the sine, because as soon as you use the sawtooth or anything else, it just doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
Just doesn't sound right. So you've got to have that sine, which means you've got to pull everything else back just a little bit.
Well, I mean, this one's got my Unison mod on it, so. So you got
all 8.
16.
Oh.
Much sort of like, whoa, steady there, boys. It's big.
Some serious balls.
Yeah. But it's still quite as powerful in its normal sort of like mono way because of just the way it just cuts through. You know.
Yeah, it's the bottom end though. It's the way, and it's the touch. It's the after touch curve.
Yeah. Well, the after touch curve has to be a logarithmic and not linear.
Yeah.
In fact, all of the aftertouch to brightness, to speed for modulation, modulation amount, and VCF amount in aftertouch is all logarithmic.
Yeah. Well, I started doing some tinkling with it, and I'm just building up some init patches now that allow me to start from the basis of gain staging it down and doing essentially two presets to build up a performance, and one of those has to have the sine wave separate.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the only way to get it sounding right. But yeah, interesting.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, this M8X, it's not far behind. It's just not far behind. I mean, you know, out of the box, it's not far behind.
Yeah.
In terms of getting those CS80 kind of vibes from it. But then it's everything else that it does. And it does everything else so well.
Yeah, but I want to get it so that I'm happy that I can get a really close 80 sound, the basic sound, and it's getting closer. I think one of the problems is that you have to switch off essentially the vintage synth bit that makes the oscillators drift and tuning drifts, because it's too much, and its default setting is too much. So I disable all of that first, and it makes it very boring and vanilla. And you kind of want that big fat sound, but that's kind of what you need to start with, and it's then you build on it, because then the rest is the performance controls, right?
The actual VCOs, I mean, they don't really drift that much. It's not noticeable. What will drift ever so slightly is the filters. So if you can have just ever so slightly uneven like start points of the sweeps for each voice,
you can.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because
So
you can put the you can do a modulation thing that introduces that a slight random variation every time you do a key strike as to what's happening with the
But it's almost completely imperceptible.
Yeah.
But if it's not there, you'd notice it, or there'll be certain areas on the keyboard where you're just like, oh, it's not quite right there.
It sounds too clinical if you don't have a certain just the tiniest amount of randomness about the envelopes and about the aftertouch and about the filter opening and closing.
Yeah.
Or amounts as well, attack amount. Essentially the attack amount.
But you can physically hear how much warmer it is when it's been on a while, as opposed to when you turn it on. So you turn it on, turn it on, leave it for like 10 minutes or even 15 minutes, right? And it sounds okay. But after it's been on a couple of hours, it really gets warm. It's really, really lush. I think they're just moving, they're just moving around, but nice and naturally.
I think the problem with the ANX engine and how powerful the whole system is that it's too easy to be distracted and try and make it big too quickly, and it's all about building in the modulation matrices. Yeah. So I'm just trying to find the kind of a default CS80 set of matrices and performance stuff that's set to 0, but is there ready to dial in as the init patches, and that's kind of where I'm at the moment, just building those init patches, and I'm getting closer. It's getting much more like it now.
The other thing that plays a factor is that on the front panel you've got your filter controls. Right, so you got your sweep amount for the low pass and the sweep amount for the high pass, right?
Yeah.
But that's only one filter setting. That filter also has the global filter setting.
Yep.
Which is determining that start point.
Yep.
Then you've got the keyboard filter, which will either be level, or it gets brighter or darker the higher up the keyboard you go, or the opposite going the other way, right? There's all that as well.
All of that's built in, by the way, to the MHX.
Yeah, it is there, but all of it has to be taken into consideration. It's quite.
Yeah, you kind of what you kind of have to do is you have to have an init patch for the essentially the program, the preset, just for the ANX program you're writing.
Yeah.
And then you have to have a separate init patch, which is a performance init, which has all the performance routings, which has all that stuff, all the lower level stuff, because then you can, the higher level stuff, the additional filtering and the additional whatever, all of that you need to have in the performance. So you build a patch, you build the init patch up first.
Yeah.
Then you have to put it through a performance thing, and it's that at the moment I'm at the constant balancing between the two things to work out where I need each to be, and then I can start then I can start authoring the 80 patches.
Yeah.
Because I noticed it particularly with the guitar sounds. It's nothing like the 80 at the moment, and it's because the envelopes, even the amplitude envelope, it doesn't snap in the same way.
Yeah.
It's because it's dependent both on the 80 and on the 80. It's about the performance controls as well. And with the MX8, you have to separately set up the performance, beside the preset. So you can program the preset, then you have to program the performance.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to set those null things. If I can, I'll send them over to you.
Well, funnily enough, it's Guitar 1 and 2 is the most complicated patch on the entire front panel.
Tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nearly every slider plays its part in making that sound.
Mm.
And it's very, very unforgiving because there's this balance between see, like if you can, the way you play it as well, where if you play the keyboard softly, the filter doesn't open. It doesn't open in the envelope. So you get a nice straightforward sound, and then when you whack it one, you get it open, and you get that pluck from it. And that's how you can do these different levels of expression by just playing it without any pedals or anything. And it's just getting that right. It has to be right for the keyboard, the actual keyboard action you're using. So just copying it direct wouldn't work, if you see what I mean.
Could you do me a favour at some point and just do me a sample, three positions on the keyboard, C1, C3, C5.
Yeah.
With no velocity, some velocity, hard, just three different velocity things for both guitars, both guitar patches separately. Because that would give me a way to start thinking about how to emulate that. And I know it won't be the same, but it will give me a starting point. Because at the moment I'm basing it on memory.
Yeah, that's not going to help.
It really doesn't, because you end up everything ends up sounding the same.
Yeah.
So it would be really interesting to hear that. If you could do that at some point, I would love you forever, Kenty Bruce.
Okay. Well, I must admit, I think nailing the sound of the CS80 is kind of like the Rosetta Stone. Once you've done that, nailing the sound of all the other keyboards out there would be a walk in the park. After the 80's been, absolutely nailed.
Yeah, I mean, I managed to get a really good Mini Moog, a series of Mini Moog synth basses nailed pretty quickly. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
It's okay. You just switch off one of the filters and then work with the one. Just work the low pass filters and away you go. It's relatively, and also just to do with the shaping of the waveforms, and that's kind of relatively easy. And the same with the one thing I can't do is the polymood and resonators. I can't do anything. I'm just trying to work out how I could simulate resonators. I think there is a way. in the effects where I could do that, but it's not the same.
Yeah,
it's not the same.
Close. You can get damn close. But...
Yeah, I wish they'd put resonators in it. It would be freaking brilliant.
Well, this is why I want to try and find this. I got this chart that I got from Dusty at Yamaha of what the slider positions are for the presets, and I really need to find it, because if I can find that, the chart will show you what elements are in place and their amounts.
That would be really useful.
Yeah,
just as a starting point.
That'd be a lot more, because then you'll know if you're supposed to be using the high pass, what the attack is set to on bank 1 as opposed to bank 2, and all that sort of, the stuff where you fiddle about with it for a couple of hours, and the closer you think you're getting, the further away you're actually getting.
Further away, yeah. The problem is you become blind to it, because
Yeah.
you're hearing it, you're striking it, and
Mate,
You
I
become-
did guitar 1 and 2 on this, and I've gone, do you know what? I think I've nailed this. I came back in the next morning, turned it on and tried it, and it was like, fuck me, that's nowhere near. What the hell was I thinking?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I
And
know.
even I can literally go across the room and go and listen to the freaking thing, and you go back again and go, no, what's it need then?
It's the performance. It's the performance, and it's that balance between, like with the 80, it's the balance between the original, because the two guitar sounds by themselves are just, they're pretty vanilla. There's nothing particularly special.
Yeah.
But you start adding the performance controls in, touch a ring mod even. You start doing all of that, and all of a sudden it really, really comes to life. And you start adding the aftertouch and everything else, and the balance between the two. All of that makes a fucking huge difference. Absolutely huge difference. So, just need to get close.
Yeah.
You need to have that basic sort of. In other words, let's try and emulate the starting position for vanilla CS80 front panel top panels for the two voices, or for one voice, and then the performance controls in the performance section of the M8X, and then you just have to work it that way. You just have to set them up so they're ready to do what you can do on the performance side of the it's a bit of a head fuck, but it's a really good head fuck to have. It's one of those ones that I'm kind of keen to get as close to nailing as I can, because then I can start authoring some really good CS80 patches.
Yeah.
Rather than these sound like all the other CS80 patches that everyone else has ever done on everything else, but not the original.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. I mean, the high pass filter on the 80s, fucking weird, to be honest.
It is weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the way it works with the low pass as well is weird. I could never work out if it was actually in series or in parallel.
It's two separate filters.
Yeah, but are they in series or are they in parallel?
They are in series.
So it's going through the low pass first, then to the high pass. Or is the output from the oscillator going to the low pass and then also the output going to the high pass, and then it's mixed?
Hang on, I'm
Do you
trying to remember.
do you see what I mean?
Yeah, hang on. You know what? I can't remember. I can't be absolutely sure, but I think it's high pass and into low.
Yeah, because I think high pass comes first.
Yeah.
If you're going left to right.
Let me check my Bibles. Here we go.
Let me check my Bible.
I got all my schematics. All my schematics here, lad.
Yeah, on the panel, when you go to the filter, high pass is first.
Yeah.
And then low pass, and then you
Yeah.
get to the envelope.
And I think that reflects the way. Oh, hang on, it's not in there.
Hey, Kent, you're like Scotty looking through his technical journals.
Yeah.
Can I find it, Captain?
I know this here. Let me check.
We're ready at 105%, Captain.
The Energizer's bypass like a Christmas tree, so don't you give me too many bumps now. Right.
She can't take it, Captain. She can't take it.
Aye. Put your penis away, Captain. Let's have a look.
Are you kidding? It was almost always out.
Well, true. Yep. Where is my? Oh, jeez. Right, M boards.
Bless you.
Thank you, sir. M boards. Trigger boards. Oh, here we go. watch the through the scenes. Yeah.
Nice cordage there, Justin.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. So, the wave shaper, here we go.
Hey, Justin, can you play any of those lead runs from any Manfred Mann stuff?
Not really. If I sat down and listened to it and kind of picked it out, I probably could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at it from that point of view, that would say parallel. Okay.
But if it's like really, really fast stuff, it would have to be on the right key bed too, because like I said earlier, my hands haven't been the same. I probably would have better time on a DX7 key bed.
Yeah.
Just because it's just so light of an action.
That's what I liked about the. I like that about the emulator E4 dance keyboard action and the Novation. The Novation Supernova 2 keyboard is just astonishing. It's lovely.
Yeah, the X-Station keyboard is great. It's probably the same Fatar keyboard or something.
It is, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah. This is a Fatar key bed. I can't remember which one though, but it feels.
It has those nice rounded top keys.
Yeah, this has got the rounded top. The only thing is these corners are rather sharp. So when you're playing like Hammond stuff on here, it's like.
Yeah, they're not on the ends, but they are on the top, which is nice.
Yeah. Well, they're rounded here, but they're sharp like on the edges of the corner. So when you start doing like palm glissandos, you can really, but no, I mean. Feels beautiful. I mean, my big thing with the issue I'm having with the Mo DX, it's a light action, but the way the key bottoms out, I'm not a big fan of. Like, it's really, really hard.
Well, that's the thing. See, if they put goddamn Aftertouch in there, then it'd be all right.
No kidding. The amount of money they're charging for that freaking thing.
I know. It's just not even the top of the line Mo DX had it, which is so ridiculous. It's just.
Yeah. No.
Oh, you got to buy our flagship. How about I buy none? Or make a
Here's the
module.
thing. Oh yeah.
Make a stupid module like a lot of people are doing. Even a tabletop like the Hydrasynth.
Oh yeah.
Make a Mo DX tabletop. Something. If you don't
well,
want to make the rack, make something without keys.
Back when Korg did the Triton series, when they did the lower end, the LE, that still had Aftertouch in it.
Yeah. I mean,
And that was like $1,000 instrument. Yeah.
The Arturia cheapy stuff has Aftertouch in it. Their cheapest controllers have Aftertouch, so there's no excuse.
Oh, the essential ones? Huh.
The Key Step.
Oh, the Key Steps.
Key Step 37. And
Okay.
the Key Step Pro, they all have Aftertouch.
Okay.
And the Key Step is cheap. It's just over $100. It's like
Right.
$150 or something like that. So, and the even the Mini Brute had it. The original Mini Brute had
Mini
Aftertouch.
Brute had it. Yep.
And that with the CV gate converter on board was like paid for it already.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
even the synth engine. You know.
Does the Mini Freak have it?
Well, Mini Freak is. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Micro Freak. Mini Freak, I don't think it has Aftertouch, does it? Maybe it's the same keypad as the other ones. I don't know.
If it's got the same keypad, I would think that it would.
Should be. I've never used one. I don't know. I
Yeah.
have the soft version of it, but I don't have the
Right.
the hard one.
Right.
But the micro is cool because you can use the flesh coverage for like a Buchla. You can use the
Yeah.
the more skin touch, the more expression you get.
Canty Poos.
What have we found out?
It's got a front panel a second.
Anyone in chat have a Mini Freak? They can speak on the Aftertouch. I don't know. I figured it would at least have Aftertouch, just basic Aftertouch.
Yeah.
Because it's a pretty good engine, and without Aftertouch, it makes it more anemic. It kind of looks like Hans is being interrogated back there. You got a spotlight near him.
It's weird. See, the way it's done on the board, on the inboard, is
Yeah, Wagyu says it does have Aftertouch.
it seems to go
I
to
figured it would.
both filters simultaneously, but both filters do high pass and low pass as well.
What?
Yeah.
So maybe it is parallel?
So it's kind of parallel, but in series at the same time. Just like,
Let me see. Let me see if they've modeled it here. Alright, so there's the low pass. Here's the high pass. Oh yeah. No. I don't think so, because if it was parallel, I'd still be hearing the full.
no, it's definitely done in series. But I think what
Yeah.
they're doing is they have dominance on each IC. So
Yeah.
there's a high pass dominance on the first filter chip, and low pass
Yeah.
dominance on the second.
But the signal is being fed into each filter direct from the oscillators rather than going through one then the other.
Yeah.
It's just that the filters are then being
They come in together, and then one filter's got dominance over the other, depending on what the controls are.
Yeah.
Oh right. Right.
That's the way they're doing it. That's the way they're doing it.
So although the high pass appears first going left to right, it isn't necessarily the dominant filter depending on how everything's set.
No, they're both running at the same time. You just can't have the high pass filter cutoff going above where the low pass is, because otherwise you're not going to hear it.
Yeah.
I think that's similar to like the Mini Korg, the original one, if you were to mod those two Traveler sliders. Because they kind of lock together so you can't take the high pass over the low pass.
The other weird thing on the 80 is that when you got the square, select the square, and you have the pulse width slider, and you put it down to 0. That is in its 50% position. Its 50% position is maybe 1 or 2 clicks up.
Really?
Yeah, it actually goes negative when it's at 0. So the slider at 0. One click up.
Well.
And that's your 50% position. You go to 0.
question. Oh, nice. Brett, it depends on which key bed. I'm not a fan of the Nord ones. I find them very, very stiff.
Yeah, I don't like the Nord key beds.
Well, most of their weighted ones are Fatar TP100s, except for the Grand, which I believe is a Kawai, like a modded Kawai action. But the waterfall ones in the Electro are very, very stiff and very heavy, like really hard to play. Compare that to a real Hammond, which I've played many of them. I find those really responsive, maybe about the same weight as this guy. I mean, front of them's obviously because of the way that they're shaped, hence the name Waterfall. Much more smoother for doing glissandos and stuff. But the ones on the Hammond, like the SK series, not bad. A little bit heavier than I would like. But again, Brett, I think like 20 years ago, my hands probably would have liked them. But nowadays, it's just hard to play.
Beginning a long march.
He's going to play China.
That's about as much resonance as you can get out of it.
But it's a very lovely resonance.
Oh yeah. Oof. Yeah, I love that.
And the problem is the resonance on the M8X.
Yeah, the ANX.
Is way more than that. The ANX engine is way more.
Yeah, I got to be careful with even on the Modi X. It's just very, very touchy.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't remember. On the 80 Ken, is the resonance as well as the filter itself affected by the performance controllers? So when you're digging in, is it doing both, and is it the same, or do you have separate controls for them? I can't remember.
There's a global resonance that you can add to it, because that's without global. And then there's those keyboard aftertouch amounts to determine how loud or how much of an aftertouch response you get.
It sounds like when you're using aftertouch with resonance, it's driving it beyond what it's originally doing, what you can set on the filter before you start adding it. So that it seems like it's driving the resonance even harder.
Yeah.
Right. that suddenly makes a lot of sense as well.
And that's where you get that change.
Yeah, Wagyu, 2 speakers plus what they call a stereo symphonic effect, which is basically a nice, like, chorus.
Champagne truffle.
Ooh.
Oh.
So there's your bass note without sign.
Right.
Now bring in the sign.
Yeah.
That's where it is, you see. And you don't have to worry about a filter setting because there isn't one. But that's what gives that extra weight.
But that sign is different from the sign I'm hearing on the...
Yeah, because the sign that you'll have on that is your conventional sine wave. Right?
Right.
On the 80, it's very flattened.
Yeah.
Very flattened. It doesn't, well, it does peak, but it doesn't, the peaks
It's not a hairy
are-
sine wave.
Yeah, they're sort of rounded, they're rounded and flat, they're flatted at the top almost. So it's not quite a proper sine wave. But then the square isn't a square wave. So if you imagine a square wave, the top and the bottom of that square wave are that shape at the top. They've got like 45 degree angles.
Yeah.
And that's a completely different sound to a square wave by a long chalk.
So it's time to switch off all of the vintage stuff.
Yeah.
Find the settings using the wave shaper for each of the oscillator waveforms until you get it close to that. Save that as the init patches, and that's your init waveforms for the 80. Then you've got the filters. Yeah.
Now, the sawtooth is a bit more of a problem. What the sawtooth does is it does go up to a point, but as it starts to come down, there's a fault, and it does that and then carries on down. Yeah, on every single 80.
Yeah.
Well, it does it on the CS30, the CS70, the 5, the 10, the 15.
So
That's why it's so harmonically rich.
Yeah, so that's saw is slightly distorted at the top edge on the slope coming down.
Was that an accident that was kept, or just they just
It
left
was an accident, and they went, "Yeah, I like the sound of that. Leave it."
Yeah, okay. Right.
Yeah. So they they call it an error, but it's sort of like a happy mistake for them long term.
Fortunately, on the M8X, there is that waveform display, so you can see what's going on. And it took me an age to work out that you had to dive into the advanced controls on the the ANX engine controls to dial back turn off all of the vintage and age features to be able to get a realistic. Because every time I was doing it, I'm going, why is it different each time? What's going on? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. You really need to cut it right back to its essence, and it's building blocks, and then take it from there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've started that already. So yeah.
Hey, that sounds familiar. What's that?
Yeah, what could that possibly be? just like the way you could do it with chords as well. Even
Yeah.
if you're not touching the keyboard.
Yeah, just crank the release up all the way.
Yeah.
That's
But
funny
you have
because the
to have it
Hydrosynth has that capability and no one's using it.
Because you have to have it on sustain 2. Because on sustain 2 is the one where it keeps the voltage of the last note played,
Yeah.
and therefore the glide can glide it. If you have it on the other one, it doesn't affect it.
Yeah.
If you have it on that one, which is quite handy for controlled declining or upping, for that matter.
And on Roller,
Yeah.
you have 2 ribbons, up and down, right?
Yeah. If you've got time. Lovely jobs. And then you're going to have to deal with trying to figure out how to do a ring modulator for it.
Has a ring modulator built in, but not into the performance control. But you can control the ring modulator for the voices from performance. You can build a modulation patch in there to do that.
Well, this
So
is
you can then put it onto one of the faders.
There's a lovely sweet spot in the ring mod. Let's see if I can find it. Hang on. Because it get like a normal wobble, but there's a point. You move it either way and it just becomes a single beat. To the point where I think Vangelis used that actual. Is it that? That. By just finding this little sweet spot on the mod amount.
Ever had a chance to compare a Rachel module?
No.
Heard it was pretty close, but not obviously
No,
not.
I haven't. Because I must admit, when I used a Deckard's Dream, I was repairing one. I didn't find it that close.
None of it? Not any of the circuits?
Right, so it was all Curtis based anyway, so you're starting from a completely different platform.
Sure,
anyway.
sure. Yeah.
But listening to the sounds, although, you know, it was kind of like, it was a good emulation, but it wasn't, it was kind of this far away, you know.
But I figure if
know
you
what I
could get OBE from FM, then he could probably,
Well,
you know.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. It's just that there was parts where it's like, I mean, you see it in all of them. You got on Cherry's CS80, you can get the brass pretty close, but then the other patches are like, no.
Too thin or something, or is it?
Yeah.
There was always there'd be some element missing, Arturia's CS80V 4 version 4, isn't it? Yeah, the brass is quite good. Guitars aren't bad, but they're still
missing something.
Yeah, not there. The funkies, they're not quite there. The piano, not very great. But then people don't tend to use the piano very often.
But these are the ones that came with it. Do you know of anyone who's tweaked it after the fact that got closer? Spent more time with it?
I think James Dyson has. He's done a
Yeah, Dyson, he's good with stuff. Yeah.
So, and yeah, he's got it closer. But at the end of the day, when a CS80 is 53 grand and the Decad's, it's like 2 or 3 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And the software, is much, much, much cheaper. It's kind of like you're actually getting much more than you could hope for the money.
Right.
But I mean, I still think that digital can do it. I just not quite
got
sure.
The patience to figure it out, dial it in there.
Yeah. I mean, OBE can do it pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Yeah, but OBE is not, because it's not trying to be an 80, lacks certain particular functions to allow you to get into that CS80 territory, the way the envelopes work and the way.
But as far as like ring mod goes, I mean, it's just AM modulation in general, right? So I mean, if you just dial in certain qualities, you should be able to.
You should be able to get it quite close. What was weird about the 80s ring mod, apart from the weirdness of being mono in, stereo out, and having the high frequency VCO, which I think is based on, come on Kent, Brain, 726 dual transistor to do the high frequency. And of course, then you've got the incredibly rare IG00150 LFO chip, which has faults on it, which is why the
really
yeah. it's again the site, and they only do sine. It only does sine wave.
Character full of faults, right?
Yeah, but the sine wave is not the sine wave you're going to find on a Eurorack module or an M8X. So,
but you've got the wave shaping on the M8X, so you can do some of that already.
Yeah, it's just weird the way it does it. Because I mean, when you actually listen to the 80 do it, it sounds okay, but when you compare it with a normal sine wave, especially in modulation terms, it's got this where it, on a normal keyboard where you get the wave of that modulation. On the 80, it's sort of like, no, fuck it, and then comes back down. No, I can't be bothered to go all the way down. Let's go back up again. Nah, I'm not going all the way to the top. And it's got this kind of laziness. It's kind of an organic kind of laziness.
You mean on the LFOs?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you can't wave shape those on the LFOs. They're what they are.
They're what they are. So you got to try and come up with some clever way of making them as lazy as the CSs are. I'm not quite sure what it would be.
That means it's almost like a lag processor or something to round it off, or
if you could have like a second LFO running that was bottoming out at exactly the same time as the other one was peaking.
That would do it, wouldn't it? And you can. There's two LFOs.
Yeah. So you might be able to cancel out the peaks a little bit just to give it that, because it's got this laziness. There's no other word for it.
Right. That's another thing to look at then.
There are a great many elements to look at, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck.
I must admit, there's been a couple of times where I've sat down with all sorts of different machines and gone, right, I'm going to try and do a really nice CS80 guitar sound or something like that. And I get so far and then go, it's either there isn't a parameter in this machine to be able to do this particular thing, or no, it's still not quite right, or no, if the filter opens too much, but then if you close it, it doesn't sound right when you're using it in a natural state without using the aftertouch. It's just
Yeah.
And sort of, I mean, I tried it in Vast, and and then after a couple of days, I go, "Oh, fuck this thing," and walked away.
Vast is pretty crazy.
Vast is just like, no, I just want these. No, there's too much. Stop.
Well, that's why it's a good name. It's so vast, right?
It is so vast. Yeah. There's just so. It's like, really. You've got, envelopes with about 13 bloody different function points, and it's going, fuck off.
Yeah.
You got attack if it's a Sunday, attack if it's daytime.
It's again why the 2000 became a preset box like the D50, because no one wanted to program them fast.
Yeah. Yeah, well, even my K2000, it's got a SCSI in it with every conceivable patch going.
Oh yeah. Sweetwater used to host those. The guy was a huge fan of Vast and Kurzweil stuff, and he had a massive site for downloading patches for free and documentation and stuff before it finally took it down. But I downloaded all those. There was a massive collection of shit out there.
Are you talking about Daniel Fisher?
Well, the guy who owns Sweetwater is a fan. Maybe Daniel Fisher ran the site, but the Sweetwater guy allowed it, basically.
Oh, okay.
No, I must admit, my K2000 is... it's not far away from me, and I often think, shall I plug her in, set her up over there? It can be done.
You should. They're fun. I mean, I didn't fire mine up again. It's been a while, but
yeah, I think I know what it was. It's just the racket it makes. It's a noisy bastard.
Yeah. Or the fan.
Yeah. And the SCSI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The SCSI sounds like it doesn't use bearings, it uses like a bucket of sand.
Well, yeah, older hard drives.
I mean, really noisy bastard. So
you could get an SSD and put it on SCSI. So.
But then think, it's going to be a preset machine, really. So I could leave it in Fiona's office and just run a MIDI cable through the wall. I don't have to listen to it. So.
Yeah, and then whatever audio outputs you want out of it.
Exactly. Yep. Run it up into the Midas. I still call it a Midas. I don't call it a Behringer. And
it's got Midas Pre's, so you're halfway there.
I'm halfway there. So, but it's a lovely mixer.
I love that board.
I can't believe how quiet the bastard is. It really is good.
Yeah, I'm just running the XR18 here, and I'm actually running. This is the only interface I'm running for this.
Ah.
So I'm getting my DAW in here, my mic, whatever else I want. And the trick is, aux 5 and 6, set to post fader. So you guys, now remember, StreamYard can only handle 2 channels of audio. So StreamYard is taking channels 1 and 2. So anything in channels 1 and 2 goes to StreamYard. Anything else won't, unless I could take all these other channels, send them to auxes 5 and 6, set those auxes to post fader. So then whatever I do for mixing, you'll hear, on StreamYard. And then I just mute those channels out of the main mix.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. I use that's kind of.
That's where I got that's where I got the inspiration to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, and with that, I'm going to be thinking about emulating all the different bits of an 80 now. And go away and think about how I can do that with wave shaping, etc. I need to understand the waveforms a bit better. So I'm going to start there. Yeah. and start looking at how to do it all. Anyway,
Yeah.
right, I'm going to fuck off. I'm going to go home. Go home. I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, I've got to go now and all.
Where you gonna fuck off? You mean the Range Rover's outside ready to go?
Hope it's warm.
I've got a Reliant Robin out there waiting for me.
So you can pretend
class.
it's much. So you can pretend it's much bigger.
Don't
than
deny
that.
yourself. It's good. It's a good outlet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Right, night.
Or inlet in this case.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Ken, I'll see you tomorrow, Ken.
Bye.
Yes. Everyone, take care and look after yourselves. Okay.
Yeah. God bless.
See you later. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, buddy.